It's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, hi. How's everyone doing? Thank you, Nico. Thank you for being here, even if your Wednesday is not great. I feel that. But yes, hello, Joker. Thank you. Me looking like a little punk-ass brat on Instagram. Hello, Corey. Hello, Big Smith. Hello, Nico. Hello, Emma Charlotte. Bienvenue. What are we doing today? That is a good question. I wanted to get some... I was gonna finish this room sketch, which is not gonna take me that long, but I just need to get it done. Probably gonna do some more dead name pages, because I need to do that. Yeah, we'll see. I will say no promises. But I had fun doing Spike the Owl at the end of last stream, so I don't want to guarantee anything, but depending on how stuff goes, like having maybe like the last hour to do something a little bit more like off the cuff might be a thing that could be fun. So yes, also I have actually a very important bulletin on this Wednesday. I don't know if you can see that black void there. Hold on, we gotta switch to full cam for this. Hold on. I don't know if you can see that void there, but that's the pig, and unfortunately I cannot zoom in just on my webcam, but believe me that she is there. Pig. She is a black void, but hi. I had to strip my bed and do all that stuff. So she was disturbed yesterday, so she and Lucky were both in here. There was great upset because Lucky was laying in the donut, which is Fern's territory. So we're just all sorts of weirdness. I might be able to pick Piggy up, but she is not the most picking up kind of cat, so you will just have to enjoy her mostly off-screen presence. But the fact that she's here, I'm pretty sure this is like the first time she's actually like been in the room at all on stream, so brazen Lucky, I know. Right now Fern is laying in her little bed with her tail tucked up around her nose like a little cinnamon roll. And yes, so yes, as I said, I'm gonna finish up this guy so I can send it off, and I don't think this will take me super long. Basically I am... Oh my god, did the internet drop? I have it on my end okay, but maybe it's just you. Yes, I admittedly did have my internet drop while I was watching a meal YouTube video, but hopefully it'll be okay. So as I said, just trying to get this sketch a little bit more tightened up so that I can just like move on to the inks with it. And yeah. I am debating how much I actually want to do with the ruler guides versus just kind of freehanding it, but I had a blackout yesterday. That's not good. Unless it's one of those blackouts where it's like you're at work and they're like, everybody go home, because those are fun. What are you doing? Why are you not been having this problem the last little bit where like I don't really understand why, but like if I leave a canvas and then I like come back, it's not like attached to the ruler anymore, and I don't really know why. So okay, I basically need to make a new ruler, and that is not a huge deal, but slightly annoying. Big stretch. I think it just made it on the same layer. It's good. It's all good. You know what? Fine. Yeah, I definitely do need to be wary, although she's not underfoot too often. Usually it would be Rosie or Jack that I have to actually worry about, but it is definitely a consideration. I actually do have a little like collar necklace thing for Fern that is supposed to you can turn it on and it flashes like different colors, or it can be like a solid color or whatever. Also, hey Lucho. So I technically do. I also have a scrunchie that now I feel inclined to show you, and I guess I'll see if the batteries are still working in it, because I've had it for a little while. Ominous off-screen noises. This fits around Fern's neck, and it's like a little scrunchie that I got. Sorry, flashing light warning there a little bit. So, in a pinch, just because Fern is obviously so small that when we go, yeah, sorry about that. To be fair, I did get it from a rave, so I think I did finish our ramen girl actually. I guess I can hop back over there. Because I was like deciding if I wanted to like change anything else, but I'm like, you know what? I think I could be okay with that. Also, just for the sake of being like, you know, moving on from this drawing that was for fun and was not supposed to be a huge undertaking, but here we are, as always. So let's switch my else so you can share it on. Why are you so narrow? Yes. Big Smith did start modeling it, so everybody can get excited. That's always the goal. Hi, Justice. God damn it. Rude. But fair, I suppose. Also, on a day when I'm already feeling sad, Justice, you go and do that to me in front of everybody. Also, I can't help but notice that Justice came in to flex on me and didn't say how cute I look or anything like that, which is a little bit rude. Okay, bye Justice, get the fuck out of here. I feel like it's it. Thank you. It doesn't matter if I always look cute, I still want to know. It's part of the job description. Bucko. For what it's worth, Justice usually does compliment me. Piggy. What's up, honey? Well, maybe this guy wants you to appreciate it. Piggy, what's up? Do you need water? Okay, hold on a second. I don't know. Piggy! Okay. I don't know if you can hear that. That is Piggy's melodious voice. Give me a second. I'm just gonna see if they need water, because usually she is the arbiter if they're really low on resources. That's Piggy, actually. Sounds like she's like friggin' like about to expire. Give me 1 second. That is fair. Piggy is large and in charge, and I know you don't want to actually be on my desk. There you go. There you go. Okay. I don't actually know what she wanted, but I did refresh their water, so hopefully they will be okay. Puppy, come here. So I knocked my pillow off. Oi. Fern, come here, baby. You want to come up? Piggy is a gentle giant. Yeah, she used to be more curmudgeonly, is that the word? She used to be more crotchety, but she's quite spry in her old age. She's one of my Gen 1 cats, so she is like 14, 15. Thirst for durst. Just one of those days. Piggy is my 4th cat. She is my daughter that you do not normally see. Piggy's old. She is actually... She was our 3rd cat that we adopted way long ago, back in like 2010. And she is now the second oldest remaining cat. So yeah, she's a girl who's got her own priorities, and she's not a lab cat or anything like that, but she's got a, oh no, it's okay. To be fair, I would excuse somebody for perhaps mistaking Loki and Jack for one cat, since they are both black and white. Although to me they look very different, but I mean, if they're up on the desk, it is most likely Jack. He is, yes. He's the gamer cat. He's got his headset on. Whereas Loki has more of like a mask, like a DC character mask. Yeah. No, Piggy has become much more friendly / sociable, even though she still like doesn't really actively seek it usually. But as I said, she's 14, 15, so she's a lady in the autumn years of her life. She has earned a little bit of rest and relaxation. You know what? That's good. That's fine. But not on the lap. No. Miss Fern? No, you puppy. Okay. That is saved. She is. Well, and again, it's funny because like Piggy used to be still working on Grr. Now I was just adding my signature. What I am going to do, an elegant dowager. So she's a lady. Nickel, I'm not sure if you were in chat last time I was working on this some more. So I feel like, again, like I'm most of the way done on it at this point. I was debating if I want to, if I want to do like flat colors underneath the blue on Nosferatu, or like how like otherworldly I wanted the colors to look for him. But I feel like because I did it on the lady, on your lady love, I should probably do it for your guy as well. Oh, I suppose I didn't merge all those. Good for you. Hey, Gilo. Good morning. All you folks texting from not this time zone. She's not a dowager. The dowager is a widow. Okay. Yes, as far as I know, Piggy does not meet those requirements, but she could be a woman of some mystery. Piggy is nothing if not a lady. TM. Yeah, Piggy, is your son technically the new count? Yes, she has this spirit of someone who's the widow of a count who now is more described by the relationship to her dead husband than to the current count, which is her presumably son. I think that's what Miss Charlotte means, that like the wife of the son would be the countess at that point, but unless I am misunderstanding. Getting into complexities. Dowager Countess once removed. Well, then you gotta marry a count and you go. And then have them die. How or when is, I assume, does not affect your ability to have the title. I imagine you would not be the first. That is valid. Oh no, you're kind of selling the concept of being the Countess of the Count from Sesame Street here, Miss Charlotte. don't know, that sounds too bourgeoisie for me, and I'm feeling especially not bourgeoisie today. Unless I'm the sort of countess who just married a rich person, killed them, and then redistributed their funds into the community. Only if a rich person was involved. I mean, if the count in question was willing to appreciate the position of power that they could have for good in their local community and wanted to actually participate in the local economy in a meaningful way, the dying part might be negotiable, but also we'll see. Well, then I suppose you could install yourself as one. So I wouldn't approve of it much. It all happens so quickly. For what it's worth, Nickel does not have quite this salt and pepper gray hair look going on, but I just wanted to have a little bit more of that because he's being a Nosferatu. You know, I've already married once for love, so next time we'll be in a Robin Hood style heist marriage. I mean, I feel like it, as the working class, it's our civic duty to create opportunities for us to have Black Widow marriages in order to access our soon-to-be ex-paramour's funds. So I encourage you, Big Smith. I encourage you, Joker. I encourage you, Miss Charlotte. Oh, that's a little bit trickier considering you are currently legally married to someone. But if there was an opportunity to do a bit, I don't want their daddy-ass blood. Some type. Big Smith, don't make me do this to you. I said paramour. Perp. I'm sorry. I gotta do it to him. Unless my thing is in white, which is... That is both the name of the band and another word for a bow. To be fair, I do like calling things, well, I do like calling my partner my paramour. Asha, it's a good band. You're right, Nico. What have I done? Just imagining Big Smith exits the chat King Kong style with a Nico. I suppose both me and Big Smith have to do a timeout for misspelling of... Okay, to be fair, I spelled one of the paramours right. The actual word. But you're alright. It's okay. I mean, I was already being kind of like a dick there, so... I'm sorry, Big Smith. I try to not... You just sometimes spell things in an interesting way, and sometimes I can let it go, but that one was extra creative. Paramour. Or perilous. Charlotte. Is that a pun? I agree. In fact, I heartily endorse this. Never let it go. How about Paramount? Well, that is not a band. That has Haley Williams in it, so I'm slightly less interested in that, but... Oh, you're so great, my goodness. I didn't listen to Paramore very much when I was growing up, because I'm very much a late bloomer emo in my music taste, but I feel like Justice has kind of gotten me into Paramore, and then I have gone more into them just on my own. And I will say that I do like a lot of their songs, but a lot of the narratives of their songs, I'm definitely like, Haley girl, you're better than this. And I know that they have like I'm not sure if they sing it now, but I know for a while they weren't performing like a Misery Business at shows and stuff like that. Which, understandable from a message point of view, but from just it being an absolute bop, tragic. But yes, she has a lot of, or Paramore has a lot of songs about wanting the affections of a douchebag guy back, and blaming other girls for him being... They do, yeah, I thought that they were doing it again. Because as I said, it is a good song, but I don't know, just the whole thing of being like, oh, you know, my man left me for you, and then you guys broke it up 8 months later, and then he came back to me, and now we're doing all the stuff that you didn't do for him, and I'm like, Miss Williams, that's not as much of a flex as you're making it sound. Yeah, I don't know. But it is a fun song. I think it depends a lot on like audience, because I'm a grown-up with, believe it or not, a fully formed frontal lobe. So I think I can sort of enjoy something in a critical way and be like, this is a fun song, but in like a character way and not in like a real life modeling sort of way. But maybe not. as I said, my frontal lobe is allegedly fully developed, but who knows for sure. It's for and misery business. Which one's right? She don't make them songs anymore. Yeah, it was a different. Yeah. I'm not saying that that made the message okay at the time, but it was like, it was a different time, and like just the way we talk about like relationships and like the dynamics of somebody being unfaithful in a relationship, I feel like is different. You can say that on stream. This is a good Christian stream, Miss Charlotte. 420 somewhere. And yes, as for Justice popping in earlier and saying 420, we just have a sort of thing that we do every day, that if somebody notices that the clock is at 420, whoever gets to like remarks on it first / before the minute passes, I don't know, there's no prize for it other than to be like, haha, motherfucker. So that was especially rude that he did it on stream, that everyone could see I didn't get it today. Yeah. That's funny because it's like, it's one of those things where, wow, okay. I feel like that's just like a time that like, I know that people will be like, oh yeah, I always notice when it's like 11:11 or blah blah blah. And for me, not because I'm like, oh, it's 420, gotta do the 420 thing. It's just like, that's just like a time that I tend to be like, if I like look at my watch or like emulate look at a clock, I'm like, wow, it's the number. So it's like my thing, and honestly rude of Justice to not let me win. But no, it is in good fun, unless I'm having like a really bad day and then he beats me. Excuse me. Switched into PC. I'm somewhat tempted to like try and like stream playing a game or something, but I feel like my computer is not going to like that. Because I haven't gone back and played more of like Coral Island since I played it for 6 hours on the one day. You have returned that. Well, that was very quick. As I said, we will see. I know I have work to be done doing. Hey, Balejack. How's it going? Smoking from a nap. That sounds awesome. I'll have everyone know that I was very brave and didn't take a nap before stream today, so. All about that nap life. For better or worse. So brave, so strong. Well, it's not relaxing if you have a timer. Being awake in this economy. I mean, yeah, it's a very fire energy, to be sure. Speaking of nap life, everyone can nap except for me. Why? You're not my real dad. Also, anyone. Oh, in Pokemon, I was like, oh. Isn't that's Lieutenant Sarge, right? I have some Pokemon knowledge. No, Mega Man, no, never mind, I don't care then. No offense, Corey. I'm excited that you're having fun playing it. I just am not really, You're having those feelings a bit early today. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Yeah, no. I definitely find that I am someone who, insofar as napping and like cat naps and all that shit, I find that I'm somebody who, when I am like stressed out or feeling, I don't know, feeling extra like low mood, I guess, like kind of like extra depressing, I just like am very, very tired for like the entire day, and there's not much I can do to like affect it. So sometimes I know that it's like, oh, I'm tired because like, you know, because I'm like feeling not that great. But then sometimes it's like, I feel like I start getting tired before I maybe register that I'm like hitting a low mood. So that's just like, and I'm sorry to hear that, Corey. Yeah, I mean, in some ways I feel like it's not necessarily like, I think with any sort of like chemical or like disorder kind of like processes, knowing why you feel a certain way, especially if it's like you feel like you can't really affect it or like control it necessarily, I think like just like knowing that there's like a process happening or not happening, that is not necessarily you just like not, you know, that you're not doing something right, or you're like, yeah. And I mean, I technically do have one of those like sad lamps or whatever. I should probably be using it. Though I was also thinking, I'm like, maybe I should give it to my plants, because I feel like they also like need some actual sunlight. SAD is seasonal affected depression. I feel like I'm not 100% that that's what the A word is, but I know it's affect something. But so it's called a sad lamp because it's for seasonal affective depression. Affective disorder, okay. Yeah. It is just a fun little thing that it also happens to rather describe. Yeah. Yeah, it basically is like a UV light. It's basically giving you like vitamin D because that is something that if you are not getting enough, your body can respond in that way. That's like sad. Corey is in Dorothy waking up from her adventure in Oz mode right now. And you were there? And you were there? It is Wednesday, my dudes. Gender non-specific. Godspeed. So that you do not get there and there is none left. This is our usual spooky background sounds, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Okay. I have not watched the trailer, but I saw some people talking about it. It's especially it's true. I mean, I like it. I think is a bop. But I'm also biased. Okay. Sure. Also, something that I realized after I'd kind of like done the line art and stuff for this, and I was like, I don't really want to go back and change it. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be like a huge thing, but because of like the shape that I have going on here on his cape, in the reference image, I guess his hand is flipped, or like his pose is reversed, so like his hand is coming out like that side where the cloak is kind of like raised a little bit. So it definitely looks like now, because his hand is like on the other side, it looks like he's kind of got his hand like in the pocket, like kind of like model pose a little bit. And I was like, that wasn't specifically what I was going for, but you know what? It's fine. We're sticking with it. Alright. Now we get to do some highlights, which are always a fun part to do. He's just got like he knows that he is a catch, both in the personal way as well as in the plague way. We can mention that Piccolo's going to. Okay. Aw. Yeah, no, have certainly not been invited to any Florida conventions, but I guess is it too late for you to get like a ticket, or I'm not sure how expensive they are down there. I mean, Dante, because he's a like voice actor of like Zuko and stuff, right? Dante Basco. Because like you should be able to go see like Piccolo and stuff like that. I don't imagine you'd have to pay for that, but I'm admittedly also not 100% sure. That just seems like something, because like you don't have to pay for like individual yeah. You don't have to pay for like individual, like if someone's in an artist alley or whatever. He was also Rufio, this is true. That is fair. Because again, I'm not sure how much like entry for a con costs down there. I mean, I don't know if I would go for the rats on the Count Orlok side of things, but I will say that I continue to find it endlessly funny, the like just like production article that was like, Willem Dafoe performed with 2,000 live rats. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. If somebody was like, I was in a production and I performed with 2,000 live rats, I would be like, I'd be impressed. I don't think that's an amount of rats to sniff at, but I'm also somebody who likes rats, so I'm not particularly freaked out by them as long as they aren't like, yes. I would be less charmed by somebody who had done a production with 2,000 dead rats. Live wolves. Well, that was only 3. But did you die? And honestly, just like listening to Nicholas Holt's talk about his scrape with the mostly trained dogs on set. Oh. Yeah, for like the celebrity appearances, like if it's like a meet an autograph kind of thing, those are the ones that are admittedly expensive. I have not paid to see somebody like that at a con ever, so but depending on who it is, I didn't have to pay for this, but like I've been to a panel that Tim Curry did several years ago, where, you know, just kind of like Q&A, but also just sort of like talking about his career and stuff like that. And so that was something I didn't have to pay for, and that was quite cool. Just because Tim Curry has not been in good health for quite a while now, so it is cool that I got to see him. Also saw one that was with John DiMaggio and the voice actor who plays Finn in Adventure Time, which again, several years ago, but when, I feel like it was when the last seasons of Adventure Time were like coming out, and I'm a pretty big Adventure Time enjoyer, and I won't say that this is like 100% of their personalities or whatever, because like I got like a very small, obviously, like amount of time listening to them talk and answer questions, but Tondomachi was kind of a dick. Oh my god. No, I feel like some actors might not be like that, like they might not care that much, but I feel like there's a lot of actors who it's like they have done like nerdy or like very like infamous pop culture kind of like things that's like they understand / appreciate that it has an effect on people and like their film experience and like, you know. So you've only paid for 2 people, and who were they, Joker? Also, as a little asterisk, these remarks are not me saying that I don't think that people should have like celebrity fees or whatever, but more so that I do think that sometimes they are a lot. Yeah, people are always like, I want a goth GF, gonna be in like a metal band or something. When really they are missing out on the very easy entry level market of the xylophone. So I suppose I could zoom in. I mean, no lie, this doesn't apply just for like for like goth girls, but pretty much like any dork ass person, but like I feel like if you're somebody like learns how to play the theremin, that is like people are impressed by that. Spooky bitches love the theremin. For like a party trick. The only thing is that it's not like the smallest instrument to carry. The theremin is like, yeah, how do you describe it? I mean, I could pull up a video of it, but it's kind of like you have like, it's like there's like a rod, and it's basically like you move your hand, and the proximity it is to the like metal rod creates like waves, but it makes ghost sounds. The violin is like a tough one because I feel like with a violin, until you're good at it, you tend to be very bad at it, and it is not an instrument that is easy to be quietly bad with. But not that that should deter somebody who actually wants to learn, but that is definitely something that has scared me of wanting to learn certain instruments, so. Godspeed, Corey. Go get food. Master's playing violin. Joker knows what he is about. I can respect that at least. But yeah, I guess Corey's moseying off. Just a comment about Jacksepticeye and like charging for autographs and stuff like that. I feel like that is a good point, because for me, I think it depends a lot, because like obviously Jacksepticeye is quite a visible, famous person if he like goes to an event. That if you are somebody whose autograph is like somebody is likely to make money putting it online or something like that, I think it makes sense to like have a limited amount that somebody can get or like charge for it or whatever. But yeah. Unless it's like the sex of a lover. Oh, the sex of a lover. Yes. Just go trolling on some dating sites being like looking for someone to sex with. Saxophone is a brass instrument. If Shavad was here, she could confirm. Has a Rita's water. Okay, I suppose. I suppose that sometimes when you're making some sax noises, there's spit involved. It's better than it staying in the instrument. And I do not disagree. When I was younger and in middle school band, I played the flute. I was very cool and not basic. And that one at least had like minimal cleaning in that way. Versus like my friends who played like clarinets and like saxophones and shit. I was gonna ask, I wonder if like in the like saxy community, if like Careless Whisper is like a must-have, like national anthem, or if it's like forbidden, like you're not supposed to play Careless Whisper if you have the power of playing a saxophone. So forbidden is what you think, Big Smith. Alright, we're saying forbidden. That was kind of my feeling, but like everyone hears one sexy sax song on the radio and they think they know about sexy music. Smell of bed, stinky. On a guitar. I am very not, I want to say musically inclined. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but like even though I say that I played the flute back in middle school, I feel like I wouldn't say I was good at it. Go with bass. Yeah, I feel like, because like you can learn guitar, I feel, and like then kind of go to bass. Call you stinky? Did I call you stinky? The flute played like a fool, it's true. Nah, I was just very anxious, and yeah, yeah, we did, yes. I don't know if that's a thing that you guys do outside of Canada, but at least it seemed to be a universal experience in like Ontarian schools. We don't talk about that shit. Small lads sometimes are the smelliest of all. Source. I have 2 nephews. I played bass. Like bass guitar or like bass clarinet? Right? Played piano. I wanted to learn how to play piano, but I just did not. I feel like that's one that's like kind of nice because you can get, you're not smelling. You said you smelled like a bed, right? The smell of bed? It's possible. It is possible. I could be extra smelly and you all would never know. Yeah, I feel like in just like a band, playing bass could be fun. I've mentioned before that in my high school girl band aspirations with my friends, I actually bought like a drum set when I was in like 15, 16. But I did not really learn how to use them, so I don't know, I like the idea of doing like a more rhythm section kind of like part, and a bass is slightly more transportable than drums, so unlike some people. I sound like what dog? It's true. And to be a hex girl. Nah, wait. I'm trying to think like who our like inspiration would have been back then. But yes, no. I still think the idea for doing the hex girl costume was quite a fun idea, even if I am not as satisfied with the final product as I had hoped I would be. But specifically for mine, not for Siobhan and Amanda. The hex girl. What's a hex girl? God. We have stood by many of your I'm a little babyisms, Koi, but that is too far. Yeah, it's from the Scooby-Doo movie called which I think it's Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Curse, which also features Tim Curry in it. Definitely not as a bad guy. But yes, they are a trio of vampire witches, question mark. But they are like, oh my god, Kari. Wow, I didn't say anything. Witch's ghost, not witch's curse. Okay, my mistake. But yes. They are very like, it came out in the 90s, right? But they were very like 90s, you know, club goth kind of Scoob. Yeah. I don't know. I definitely feel like some of them are better than others, but a lot of the movies are pretty iconic. At least the ones that were around when I was growing up, because that's how it works. He'll get through this, Big Smith. One day you will even. Yeah, Zoomy-Doo. Okay, Courage is an older show. Although I guess it depends on what era of Scooby-Doo you're watching. Those movies were from like early 2000s, like 90s. But yeah, the Zombie Island one, which is Ghost, the Alien one, and I feel like those were the three that were like pretty just generally unpopular when they were coming out. I will also admit that I enjoyed the live action, at least the first live action movie. I enjoy it. I think I was at an age where I didn't get Cyber Chase. I feel like Cyber Chase doesn't stand out as much to me, but yes, that is another one. Sally Knight. Yes. This is very iconic. Yeah. I don't know, and I mean, I wasn't like, mostly we watched like those movies when I was younger, because I wasn't a cable kid growing up, which I feel like you, this, of course, why does that not surprise me? Wait, I say that, but I was like, why was I like, because Luna's like the werewolfy one, when I don't think that's actually true. She's Amanda's cousin, yes. I mean, McKnight is not that common of a name in things, so it is, when we looked up the characters, and I was like, oh my god, Thorne's a McKnight. The big hair, yeah. I mean, the Hex Girls, as I said, they're like witches / vampires is like their thing. I don't think there's not like the werewolves in that one. Also, another fun one that I admittedly didn't watch, but I true fan art of anyways a little bit ago was the Scooby-Doo girls ghoul school. That I guess is kind of also like a how dare you put math in my Scooby-Doo? That's what we in the industry like to call Scooby-Don't. Bro. I mean, some people might argue that those two industries are not so different, Nika. Said in a very boomer haha voice. Yes, let's not be willy-nilly banning people. I have some like baked veggie pasta for leftovers later, and I am looking forward to it. Yay! Didn't ban it yet. That was yesterday. So many things have happened since then. Past is all we have. Not forgiven. Shocking. Oh, that's a very OP pick. Strongest ally of all. And I suppose it depends on what is necessary in this team exercise. Like, if somebody has to operate a motor vehicle, Fern would probably not be the best first pick to make. Oh, how the turntables. I cannot refuse the summon of being called to someone's team. Probably not a bad choice. When you also have Girl Scout cookies. What kind of Girl Scout cookies though? Because I care about certain ones much more than other ones, and that affects the answer. Hey, Bat. Thin Mints. Oh. Thin Mints are the only ones I actually care about. So I feel like when I was a kid, I probably would have said the live action Scooby-Doo, like the first one, because that was one that we watched a lot. I feel like thinking about the like animated movies that I would have watched, I think Zombie Island would have been mine too. I'm not doing that. I will not make decisions that will make it sound like I'm picking favorites. Against Mom Smith. Big Smith's one question mark weakness. I do have my Twitch is like, look at your January recap. Which I feel like is not quite so useful to me yet, but I feel like that's not quite how the parliamentary system works, but I'm also not saying you are incorrect. It's true. I don't know if I want the responsibility of being a full monarch / the one in charge, so it's true. I like and appreciate all my chatters equally. It's just motion passed. Oh, you'd like to be cook. Well, I mean, the nice thing about having a job doing something is that even if you don't know how to do it, you can always learn new things, so. Yeah, honestly, like, I don't really know why when I, like, chose the username of, like, Princess Gem, like, 10 plus years ago, like, why I specifically said, like, princess. But that was the direction that I went, apparently, so. Because I don't want us to be abusing our mod powers based on Gem and the hologram. Okay, Nico. I told you I'm not saying anybody's my favorite. Wrestling the Vamp Queen. That's pretty solid. Yeah, because like Queen Gem 4. I'm not super into that. I did have a I told you I like all of the chatters in my stream equally. I mean, for what it's worth, I do very much appreciate everybody who's a regular and comes to hang out pretty much like every stream, so I'm kind of being a shite but also being sincere at the same time, which incredibly on brand. Queen Gem. Yeah, it's true. Well, trying to think. Yeah, because I feel like before that I was Miss Jenai 4 was like my username on everything. And then before that, my username on everything was Link Lover, but lover spelled with a U, Hotmail. So that was the first email I made back in like middle school. And it didn't have a number on the end. I was the Link Lover, first of her name. In case it's not obvious, that would be a Link from Ocarina of Time at that point in time. So, of course. You pick Smallwitch. Also a good choice. Do you think that Fyra is a fair and unbiased person? Would you trust him to be neutral in both sides of recording data and keeping minutes of something? I'm not saying I don't, I'm just asking if you do, to be giving him this power. I feel like Rosie and Jack would be unbiased, but also their ability to comprehend and also write numbers might make it challenging for them. I just need to teach them numbers. I'm sure that we could create them some sort of abacus or otherwise thumbless system for inputting data. Can't protect them. Oh my god. Are any? No. They all have pretty normal thumbs. The only one that not pterodactyl, but does have a weird thumb is actually Fern. She has vestigial, I think it's called. She has like little floppy like extra nails on like her wrists. Yeah, cats have, I mean they have thumbs but they're not opposable. Vestigial, there you go, I knew you would know. Yeah, they have, hey Dylan, they have thumbs but they're like, they can't like, what do they do? They go polydactyl, sorry. I mean they can still like grab onto things with it, it's just they can't like, it is not as tactile as like a human thumb is. Just for show, yes. Sounds useless. Well, sometimes we have body parts that don't do anything. Wow. Get the hell out of Corey. It's enough out of you. You've gone too far. Imagine not having thumbs, but they do have thumbs. I mean, cats have more of a thumb than a dog does, so. Also, you know that doesn't have any fingers at all? Yes, humans with pancreases. I would say that your bird son does not have any fingers, let alone a thumb, so if that's a metric that we're measuring things on. Yeah, I feel like the thing that was fun about the like Scooby-Doo movies, like the animated ones, was that like the ones that stand out from that specific era of animated Scooby-Doo is like that they had the payoff of like it not being like a hoax, I guess, and being like, whoa, the world's just a crazy place, everyone. I also felt like just the like zombies in it, especially for like a little kid experiencing that sort of like horror character, I thought were like pretty effective. But yeah. Also, I feel like the mystery was pretty well done, considering that it was like just a kids movie. He needs to level up some more. I definitely have a vague memories of that song being something that me and my siblings sung, probably to the point of making my parents not want us to watch the movie anymore. Not that they'd stop us, but you know. Yeah, honestly, I feel like the alien one and the zombie one were the ones that I remember most. Because, like, I don't know how old I was when I first saw the Hex Girls one. I don't think it was like one of the ones I saw when I was like young. SpongeBob just because it's annoying or for like moral reasons. Get him. That is fair. I don't know. I feel like I take for granted the fact of like the amount of media since I was a kid I have not had to engage with or like interact with like as somebody like caring for children type thing. Because I think that that's something that's hard to appreciate if you are not somebody who's like having to experience high concentration of a child-aimed media. And you're like, you know, there's nothing technically wrong with them being obsessed with this, but also, dear God, I wish they would stop watching this one movie or show. Child brain is such a fascinating place. Yeah, I don't think I watched it like at the same time that I watched the other ones. So actually would have altered my brain chemistry less than only we could fly. Yeah, but that's different, Wheeljack, if it's my hyperfixation versus, like, coming in with a hot take here. One that I find especially, like, annoying, again, as somebody who does not have to live with children, is, like, that kids are, like, just so obsessed with Paw Patrol. Because I'm like, I mean, I think it's always a good time to introduce children to the concepts of a cab, but it is hard to explain to a child that they can't watch the dog show because it glorifies cops. What's up, puppy? I like that Big Smith is assigned apparently minute keeper of why are we fighting? We're not fighting. Because it glorifies cops. There's unfortunately quite a lot of children's media that have cops as heroes, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. As I said, it's just, like, hard because I know, like, from... What does that mean? Oh boy, okay. Well... yeah. Yeah, I saw that was a thing, and I was definitely like... Although, isn't, like, Ricky Gervais or something also involved with it, which I'm just like... You know, I'm sure they'll be very sad that me, a 30-something woman, doesn't want to watch their children's show. I think that is valid, Corey. Just the idea that we really, like, idolize cops in a, like, popular media sort of sense. Or being like, you know, they are fixers when there's, like, problems or there's blah blah blah. When the reality is that there's a lot of other professionals in our respective communities who do a lot more actually helpful / healing work than cops do, and that cops do a disproportionate amount of violence and just discrimination, degradation to especially minorities. Yeah. So yes, I don't like the idea, especially in, like, children's media, that, like, a cop gets mentioned in the same group as, like, a paramedic and a garbage man, you know? Like, I respect my boys in green. Yes, that is initially what got us onto this topic, Fire. So, yes. And I say that as well as somebody who's, like, grew up on media that, like, disproportionately respected and glorified cops. And as an adult, knowing what I know now, I do not want to, like, I'm not interested in engaging with that sort of, like, fantasy media. So, yeah. That is definitely something being like, nah. I mean, a pig's a pig, it doesn't matter what their gender is. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That's right, Corey. That took me a second. But if it was a cat, if it was a cat cop, well, I'm sorry. That cat's a pig. That's what ACAB means. Doesn't matter if it's an animated dog on Paw Patrol or if it's a real guy busting and killing people's real dogs. Yes, no, that's why I laughed. It took me a second, but I was like, we don't respect the boys in blue boat, we respect the boys in blue collar. I like that. I realize we could have it be less gendered, but yes. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and again, just the idea of like what function police forces usually serve in a community versus like other like, well, like emergency jobs, I guess. You know, because there are like, you know, paramedics, firemen, like blah blah blah, all that stuff, but also the realistic thing of also just the amount of community budget pretty much anywhere that is going to police forces, whether it makes sense or not, rather than being put back into the community in a way that is actually constructive. Yeah, have a good night, Wheeljack. I will say, and I guess this is getting so much personal on me, that the one side of my family is just like kind of very interconnected with like cop related stuff, because like my uncle is a cop, my like brother-in-law is a cop, and I don't know, it was one of those things as I was becoming more cognizant of how I felt about that kind of stuff that I was just like, I'm not all that interested in engaging with these people. Like, there are fundamental values that we just don't agree on. So, testicles on fire. Yeah. Jack is not a cop. That's why we say, oh, you're talking about Piggy. Piggy is also not a cop. Her name is technically Pixie. Yeah. Sorry, I literally will say to the animals, because like sometimes Fern will kind of like be like guarding or gargoyling or whatever, and I'll say, yeah, Piggy's name is actually Pixie. And I'll say to like Fern or whatever, I'm like, there's no cops in this house. We don't need anybody on patrol. We don't need anybody like security guarding anything. Damn, they called the whole cops on me. They're like, watch out, this kid's a straight up G. You do have a Piggy. I imagine he's not actually, his legal Christian name is probably not Pixie though, I wouldn't imagine. Pixie Cucor. But yeah, at the end of the day, police forces are there to protect corporations and commercial entities, property, rather than individual people. And their ability to actually solve crime and stuff like that is greatly overstated in our media. So scary. Yeah. Well, and especially like seeing it just as like a, it is true. I'm not, people like to, like, not to say that there is not value to like detective work, because I don't necessarily think that that is accurate, but the majority of crimes, if they are not being perpetrated by somebody that the victim actually knows, the likelihood of any sort of like authority entity being able to solve that crime is very, very low, especially in the like instance of violent crimes or things that are not like, I would say property related, but again, for like break-ins and stuff like that, they don't really do anything. And like, so if it is like a place of business that like has a security camera, you know, but you know, here's a fun true crime fact. People think that serial killers are geniuses because we are taught that police forces are so smart and they have so many processes that just like solve crimes. And the reality is that serial killers are usually dumb as shit. And again, it is hard to, bless you, Corey, it is hard to track down somebody who is committing crimes against people that they do not personally know. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I remember that. Or I remember you telling me about that. Yeah. So yeah. Well, and same thing with like, as entertaining as like, you know, like CSI type shows are and stuff like that, they are much higher levels of science fiction than they are advertised as, just because a lot of the technology that they have to like solve these fictional crimes, anytime, blessed be, because the tech that they use in the shows are like, they make the mystery solving more interesting. So like from a narrative point of view, is like I get why they would use those like techniques, but it does not reflect like real world capabilities or technological standings. Goodbye, Big Smith. Yeah, well, because like he literally got like pulled over and talked to by a cop when he was like in the midst of murdering people. Like, not that he had like a body. I don't think it was like he actively had a body, but like that somebody did talk to him. That was like, well, I don't know. He seems like an okay guy. And again, that people like will idolize serial killers because they're like, oh, they're such geniuses. They're so much like smarter and like more galaxy brain than the rest of society. When for the most part, sorry, now this is on a why serial killers also shouldn't be idolized. Is like a lot of serial killers are that way because of toxic masculinity, systemic patriarchy, and just being taught certain ideals that they actually take out in a violent way. So, do you want to take any notes down? Police are generally dumbasses who can't actually solve crimes that do not have explicit like answers to them, and serial killers are also dumbasses, and that is they're not geniuses. That is not the reason why they don't get caught all the time. Honestly, I feel like that's the reason why a lot of like true crime stuff doesn't really like sit with me all that well, because I find like the like the stories of them are interesting. I just don't like it being held up in such a way of like that this is why they managed to have so many victims or whatever. Yeah. I admittedly kind of fell down a rabbit hole of like true crime videos that were specifically about like various serial criminal activity being done by various like religious cult sects. American Vandal. It sounds familiar, but I do not think that. And I think Corey learned a valuable lesson today. It is true. I mean, I guess if a serial killer was also the star of their own musical about killing authority figures. I'm not saying that I would say that they were right. Interesting. Something else that seems very like interesting for like American history, because again of just like how masculinity but also like evangelical religion affects people as a society in the States compared to Canada. But I also definitely do not want to imply that Canada does not have serialized criminals, because that would be extremely untrue. Hold on. That actually does sound familiar. Did I watch that? Does it surprise you that I am a large fan of Sweeney Todd? Documentary. That is valid, Dylan. Well, if you want to join us in on yeah. Yes, Corey. I know, I want to. Because I'm trash and I've the version that I saw was the Tim Burton one, and I'm not saying I'm a good person for liking it, I'm just saying that I do like it. Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. In my non-existent stage musical aspirations that are extremely aspirational and not at all legitimate, I would like Mrs. Lovett would be a character that I would like. I'd be like, I want to play her, even though that is arguably a not easy role to play for singing. But you know, in this hypothetical AU where I could be a stage singer. Hold on, half the weirdos of the goth club. That makes sense to me, honestly, like it might be surprising to know this, but I have actually watched a lot of VeggieTale, and I know a lot of the music and everything from it. Even though my household was not specifically religious growing up, I don't know why we were a VeggieTales household. We've talked before. Miss Charlotte has a wifey. Also, I'm conflicted because Mrs. Lovett's death is really, really dramatic, but also a objectively horrifying way to die. So I don't know, Sweeney Todd's just so fun though. There's a lot of very tragic, preventable deaths that happen in it. That's the point. Sorry, I'm struggling here a little bit with this. It was so close. Yes. Honestly, there is several. I like thinking about there's enough horror musicals for you to be like, huh, you really like singing about like weird shit and murdering things, huh? Because I also like Little Shop of Horrors is another one of my favorites. Which again, in my non-existent stage production career, I would love to play Seymour. I have a headcanon of Audrey and Seymour being trans boyfriend girlfriends, and I don't feel like I can exactly explain it. I'm just like, it just feels canon in my heart. Yes. Thank you, Miss Charlotte. I feel like I like that interpretation, but I feel like your teachers did not do a good job of teaching you the lesson that they were trying to teach you, if that's the impression you got. And I'm just gonna be thinking about T for T, Audrey and Seymour. I'm listening. Because I have a talent for causing things pain. Oh my god. Not so much my style, but oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, Corey. I completely understand why you would have had that interpretation. I'm more laughing at being in a specific scenario where you're being taught like the original like good and evil kind of thing, and you're like, so this is the good and this is the evil, right? Also, I know I'm like doing a lot of these friggin' things. I think that how you interact with the narrative of Satan in the Garden of Eden can say a lot about your overall relationship with organized religion. TBH. Once again, reminding you, if it is not incredibly obvious, that I am a heathen. So, I was not raised religious, and I do not live a religious adult life of my own choosing, so. And again, with the disclaimer that I do not take issue with people who are religious and find personal comfort in being religious. I have a problem when they make it their business what other people are doing and what they can and can't do. Then we have a problem. So I'd say you're still like alignmentally good. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's like, that whole thing when people do like, you know, they're doing like gender announcement reveals, which, you know, oh my god, what is it? The only gender reveal I'm interested in is the one where it's like, oh my god, what is it? Like they cut open the cake or whatever, and like, it's, oh my god, what is it? Something about locking everyone at your gender reveal party into a room and subjecting them to a multiple hours long PowerPoint about something. But sorry, just that sort of like attitude that people sometimes have when they find out what the gender of their fetus is. And being like, well, I want this gender because I want to do this and this and this. And it's like, you know, that's not something that is inherently like, you could have a son that likes this, or you could have a daughter that likes this, or you could have a, you know, but also the thing of like, that's also pretty unfair if you're like, yeah, we're having a boy, that means I get to do son things with him. It's like, okay, but what if your son doesn't like that? What if he's not interested in that shit? Like, like, yeah. But I appreciate that. I think I am preaching to the choir here, so, which is why I am being very blunt about all this, although not golfing. Yeah. That's okay, Lucha. We're just having a lot of big, serious conversations today, apparently. But as I said on my other socials, I'm feeling a little grumpy bumpy, a little, oh my god, what was it? No, a little bi-furious as of late. And also, because I didn't point it out earlier, and I'm gonna unmirror my camera for a second even though it confuses me. This is my shirt today. It's a very good shirt. This is my No Turf Sleepaway Camp Final Act shirt. What's ew yucky? You're ew yucky. No, you're not. I think you're not ew yucky. But it is my childish inclination to react in such a way. You don't like it? Yeah, it's a great shirt. I love this shirt. I mean, I feel like this is thank you. A fun little historic, I know I prefer it going this way as well, but I realized right now it says, I can't even read it backwards. That historically pink is a boy's color because it's like red, and red is a man's color, and blue is soft and delicate, so it makes sense that blue for girls, pink for boys. This was back at the turn of the 1900s when people were starting to have the idea that children were its own like life stage and that children were people and perhaps we could gender these things. I'm not a huge Pink fan, but I feel like at least not in a way that's like because of like internalized misogyny, if that makes sense. It's just not my fave. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I never really had like a Pink stage, but that's an oldie fogey joke right there, Joker. Well, I had a thought, but clearly it was not all that important. Oh, it was white because of school rules. One of my friends who, I don't think, as far as I know, she goes by she, they pronouns. Like, she's not gender fluid, but she is, she has a beautiful wife. But she wore a pink suit to my sister's wedding a couple years ago, and she looks so fucking, like, good in it. But I mean, are we not a generation of people who have been conditioned by seeing, like, Kirsten Stewart in a suit and stuff? I feel like this is looking too bulky. Like a penguin. Well, you need a very fancy occasion for that then. Penguin suits are for only the fanciest of occasions. It's not a suit, it's a lady suit. That kind of sounds like what a trans man would call his meat suit before he transitioned. A lady suit. I was just slightly being indecisive about this. I know that that is crazy. Never in my entire life, but yep, an Edgar suit. That was a movie that I watched a lot as a kid, but oh my goodness, I was very terrified of the Edgar suit. It did, yes. To be fair, I also think that the creature design for the actual alien in the first Men in Black is pretty effective. It definitely spooked me as a child, and looking back, I'm surprised that I liked to watch that movie as much as I did. Okay, I feel like that Good, put a pin in this for now. Yes. H.R. Geiger is very into Freudian aesthetic, let's say. This for now. As I said, I feel like you could. I feel like I could play around with the color balance a bit more, but I feel like for now, could say that that is more or less good to go. Alright, so maintenant. Hold on, which Victor? I have a couple of characters I'm thinking of, but I would like to know which one. Okay, bye Nico. Have fun at therapy. Okay, yeah, that was I assumed that was who you meant. My knee-jerk thought was Victor from Arcane, but I was like, I feel like that is too recent. I mean, I could see that being a formal look. As I said, I was more like, I feel like that is too recent to have been like a prom look. Even though I guess the first season of Arcane came out a while ago. I can agree with that. I mean, Victor, problematic fave, a little bit. I mean, I don't know if he's my favorite. I don't know who my favorite Arcane character is, to be honest. I really feel like we get the teenager experience of not wanting to be out and perceived at all. I mean, you're in school. You got your own business to attend to. Jinx. Yeah. I feel like she's definitely like one of my favorites. I feel like more than having a favorite character in the series. Okay, we'll try to not say anything spoilery. I enjoyed it. I was very late to the game watching it, so I basically finished season 1 and then got to like go right to season 2. I feel like rather than having like favorite characters, I have favorite character like dynamics, if that makes sense. Cause like I like Jinx, but I really like Jinx and oh my god, Robot Arm Lady, whose name I do know, and I feel like my brain always wants to call her Silco, even though obviously I know that she's not Silco. It's another S name though. Help me. Like, why can't people just understand that ambiently without me telling them? But if you're the main character in an anime and they have to give you your quest start. I appreciate that there are people in this chat who would be like, especially do not approach me if you have a quest. Yeah, as I said, it's not Silco, it's the robot arm lady who is also one of Silco's. Hell yeah, we are. Selika, there we go. I was waiting, I figured you would know Big Smith. Like, I really like her and Jinx's dynamic in the second season. But I didn't like her, like, I didn't really like Savika all that much in the first season. I don't know if I would feel differently going back and watching it now. I like V, but I am somewhat conflicted how I feel about V and Kate, which is really hard for me to say because I'm all for let's go lesbians and I love that for them, but also don't turn my girl into a cop and make her feel bad for being like, I don't want to wear a badge. It's like, yeah, Caitlin, why don't you fucking read the room? I do like Heimdall. Cause like, again, Jace is not my favorite character, but I like him in conjunction with other characters of just like what's going on. Heimer's cool, yeah. Like, I liked Victor and Jace more in the first season, I feel like. Just like their dynamic, because obviously stuff in the second season, I still like their dynamic, but obviously it's different. Spoiler alert, I guess one of the memes that definitely has made me laugh is oh my god, like they have Caitlyn and Vi literally having lesbian sex on screen, and it's still somehow not as good as whatever happened at the end to Jace and Victor. I mean, spoiler, okay? Kaden, Vi. Yeah. Which I was okay with, like, I was along for it in the first season, but then I kind of increasingly was just like, I don't know, I don't love Kate, for probably obvious reasons. You were wrong? Can you say why you were wrong in a non-spoilery way? Huzzah, you get to talk about Arcane. Watch me draw random objects. Yeah, just the pacing for that whole scene and everything was kind of very funny, but thought they were dudes being gross. Yeah. I assume you mean Jason Victor? I mean, I think that I won't deny somebody wanting like sexy, I guess, like queer representation in things. But I feel like for what it is worth, I feel like Arcane does a pretty good job with like having more than one. I don't know, I'm trying to think if on screen they actually confirm anyone other than me and Caitlin. But like the queerness that is going on in the stories feels like it has a purpose outside of just being gratuitous, if that makes sense. Like it feels like the characters are like characters and this is like makes sense for them. Yeah, definitely having that feeling a little bit, Dylan, of like, it's like, oh, it's January 36th today. Was it auto banned? It didn't flag me. Oh, it isn't banned. I feel like Automod doesn't like it when you add like rude adjectives to things. Like that seems to get it flagged. Oh my god. Automod just likes to keep you on your feet. So please enjoy me struggling to just freehand to this perspective, even though I have a great on. I mean, those words are spelled actually differently, so I mean, they're not even homonyms. All part of the gay agenda. Confirmed. Online. Or on stream. Giving away the secrets. Did she say that about English or just something? Also, right, I haven't watched Hell of a Boss. That is valid, Corey. Unless the queer people themselves are, you know, people that it is already appropriate for that sort of slang. Puppy girl. I have watched Has Been, yeah. Admittedly, I thought they were the same show at first. Personally, I love that for the gays that we have the rainbow. I mean, I'm not gonna use most of the rainbow for obvious goth reasons, but like, I just like that that is something that I will I will admit that, oh my god, going back to COVID memories now. During COVID, I can understand, and I don't think it was being done maliciously, but it's like the people putting like, you know, it's like everything will be okay signs on like their windows and stuff, and then they were like very specifically using like rainbows on them. So I would see it, I'd be like, hey, okay. And then I'd be like, oh, never mind. They're just like trying to be optimistic about the pandemic. Nah, I find it very amusing. There's like that meme that's like the gays stole the rainbow from God, and it's like sounds like a skill issue. What? When did they invent colors? Right. Honestly, I feel like that's such like kid logic. Although, fun fact. Apparently back when film was like black and white and that was like the main like style of like shooting like film and other stuff, people apparently used to dream in black and white because that was like how they saw having a viewing experience, if that makes any sense. Versus like we just kind of like it makes sense that we dream in color because both our media and like, you know, real life is in color. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting. Like weird stuff like that. Yeah, go back. You're like, mom, actually. Well, this, depending on what era of black and white, this might surprise you, Corey, and I'm saying this mostly sarcastically. But you know, a lot of mainstream movies were made by and for white people, and the color grading would favor that over any not white actors that might have been involved. So oh my god, that just reminds me of a Teen Girl Squad. Blinding void. Me for real. Well, technically, if you're going somewhere with a lot of snow, you're supposed to have like snow goggles. So perhaps you could consider that for future visits with your extremely pale friends. Yeah. Sadly, that is the answer to many cultural things in North America, but yes, I did hear about that. I have not watched the trailer. You just don't look at them. I'm sorry that I am oh so pasty on your screen in that case, Corey. You got snow goggles? I don't actually, but I first learned about them because I read the Clan of the Cave Bear books, and they were talking about how you had to... Oh, Corey. Oh, Corey. You're so baby. There is a very famous sequence in the first final... Yes, I get it, Corey. I get that reference. And I assume you mean looking at pale people. You're not that old, right? I get a Twilight reference, God. I don't know why I'm so defensive about that, but... Have you seen Final Destination 1? Do you know about the logging truck scene? because that is like one of those moments in horror cinema that had such like an impact on like society at large, even if you didn't like watch the movies or weren't into them. Stress people out, understandably. Was it not Final Destination 2? I thought it was in the first one. We can check. Would you like me to double check? I feel like Final Destination has... That was a video game. Interesting. I don't know if there's been a video game before. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna confirm. But you might be right. It might be the second one. Okay. You're right. It is in the second one. My mistake. Well, fine. I guess you also haven't seen Final Destination 2 from 2003. I was born in 2003. But your parents didn't take you out as a newborn to go see Final Destination 2. I know Big Smith is pretty into Doom. I feel like that was a game though that was like a little bit before our time though. The Little of Hopkins. I don't know what that is. Sorry. Okay, so your parents couldn't have even taken you to see Final Destination 2 in theaters. Your brother could have gone. I hope they took your brother at least. Crash Bandicoot. I mean... Shopkins? My first video game would probably have been like Mario 1 or 3 on the NES. You weren't even in the womb yet. Imagine not even being in the womb in 2003. Crazy. That sounds familiar, but I feel like that was not one that I was like I would have been like personally familiar with. I imagine because it was for a much younger audience than me when it came out. You've seen a Dead by Daylight? Really? I don't know how I feel about that, but if other people are interested / excited, I will not spoil their fun. It sort of feels like... I mean... water. I mean, it's technically not water, but I get what you mean. We feel a presence. Quix Synth has joined us. Hello, Quix. A Bad Until Dawn movie. It feels kind of like... I guess there's original characters in Dead by Daylight, to be fair. But I was gonna say, to me that feels not unlike making like a Fortnite movie. And I like say that in a very whisper voice because I'm like, I don't even want to like... I don't even want to speak it into... Your poor mother. So I can't imagine why. I feel like the spirit is there, but perhaps the science needs some work. I've never actually played Dead by Daylight, but I've read the wiki on all the characters. Can you guys guess who would be... No. Yeah, it's like... I'm gonna get a producer title on the Fortnite movie. Inspired by an offhand, not favorable comment by Jen St-Onge. Okay. Can you guys guess who my favorite bad guy in Dead by Daylight is? Hello, Quix. I'm sorry, is Quix how you would pronounce the first part of your username? You want cannibalism? I bet you do. Yeah, so right now I am working on, I have a series of 4 environment drawings that are going to be used as, like, background environments for a visual novel game. So, like quicks, okay, I got it. So this is actually the final one that I'm doing before I go to like inks on all of them, and it is for like a support group kind of room. And this was another one that we did on stream a bit ago. Oh, America, your sex ed is so something. And then this was another one that I did. I don't know if I did this one on stream or not. I feel like I didn't do it on stream, but I sure did draw these stairs a lot. And then I also have a bedroom one, which is probably the coolest. That's yours. Dear God. Your poor mother. I think we need to check on Corey's mom. Be like, are you okay? Yeah. I think this was the first one I did, and I feel like it's the favorite of the ones that I did. Oh my God. Oh, America. Yeah. And this was actually the first of the 4 that I did, and I feel like this is my favorite, so. Hey, I'm not saying it's your fault. We're just saying that that is unfortunate. Do you call me dumb? I think he was more stating on no offense, people in the US in chat, but the States is not known for its incredibly comprehensive sex education, and it makes sense that during COVID there was even less of a sex ed curriculum. Also, to be fair, Corey, you do ask some very specific questions sometimes that I can't tell if you're taking the piss or not. Although, to your credit, Corey, you have also asked body questions that I don't think they would have taught you in sex ed either, so your brain is just works in interesting ways sometimes. In theory, that's good, depending on how they talked about it. God, nothing like a COVID baby. I just found it very funny in like middle school, which was probably like the most awkward stage of like a teacher having to teach sex ed, that they just had like the gym teachers do it, and I think that that's like not unusual, but our gym teacher was probably not the person who would have been most comfortable to have that conversation with us. Like, I don't know why it just automatically goes to the gym teacher up here. I don't know if it was different for anybody else. You're soup, you say you smell bad? I admittedly did not get the soap. I was so interested for a second. I was like, oh my god. I want to know about the soup to take if you smell bad. Oh my god, have you guys seen that meme that's like, sorry, believe it or not, I do. Just very slowly. There's a meme that is like a thing that's like taped up on a pole, and it's like, I'm a single dad and my daughter's been acting out. Can anyone recommend like some tactics to like discipline her in like a fair but useful way. And everybody on the sign just wrote down blinding stew. Give her the blinding stew. So I don't know if girls get the blinding stew and boys get the smelly stew. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be thinking about the soup now. But I do hear what you're saying, Corey. And that's not great. That's not ideal. Well, for whatever it's worth, it's not like it wasn't weird and or awkward, the sex ed that we had in public school. I can imagine. You're like, okay, I understand the soup. Can we go back to like... Again, to reiterate, I'm legitimately not making fun of you, Corey. This is just a very specific sort of humor that has hit my funny bone, so... For what it's worth, just the fact that in my head it didn't automatically be like, oh, you must be talking about soap. And I legitimately was like, what is it? What could that be? I haven't heard about it. I would also say that I very genuinely believe that intelligence and education is not the same thing. So, it's like, what does the back of a couch look like? Didn't you get mac and cheese earlier? I mean, you're a growing individual, so I will not tell you not to get more food if you're hungry. No! Legitimately, I'm not saying that. Please eat if you're still hungry. If anything, more so the fact that you are perhaps peckish enough to brave going out and going back to the cafeteria a second time. This is not an easy shape to draw in perspective, so I'm gonna cheat. Kind of. You never left the cafeteria. That makes more sense. Everyone's pressuring me. Why am I making this table such a weird shape? Because I like to suffer, apparently. Have you guys heard the word for... Sorry, that sounded like I was setting up a joke that I was not. Have you guys heard the word that's like gender neutral nephew slash niece? Because I think that having one is a good idea, but my general opinion is that it sucks and we should have a different one. Nibbling? Yep. Yeah. Which, as I said, I think having a gender non-specific word for a child of one sibling is useful to have. But could we have one that does not sound like us? Maybe. You have one? So, on one hand, I want to be like Big Smith. Cora would be your nibbling, but I'm like, I can't. I'm not gonna tell anyone to say that, because, yeah. Yeah. No, I feel like I don't have to ban that one. I feel like I think we're generally on the same page about it. I also don't like it because it has like that like cousin once removed or blah 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 kind of like math to it. Like, they're not your sibling. Why are you using that word? I said before my sister had niece. So I realize you are tuning in. So I guess to tell you a little bit about myself, that isn't just me saying how much I don't like the word nibbling, but I guess that's a fun fact. So my main job is I'm like a comic artist, like that's my full-time job. I have a graphic novel that came out through HarperCollins in 2023 called The Aja Waja, and you're gonna be like, oh, what a fucking dork. I have the book on my desk just for prop purposes and also for looking up references. It looks like this, and I realized my thing's backwards, so I'm just gonna flip it around real quick. Hold on. So this is a book that I did the art for, and Meg Visaggio was the writer on it. And I also worked on Harley Quinn OGN for the YA imprint of DC that came out in the fall. So yeah, I've been doing it for a long time. I've been a freelance comic artist for officially 10 years now, which is actually insane. So mostly, I kind of started doing these streams because I wanted Like obviously there's like the interaction. Thank you. That is the Harley Quinn one, yeah. But I will wholeheartedly take the compliment slash advertising. So obviously, so part of it is like is to have sort of like a kind of more social aspect and like interaction with people while I'm working. But part of it is also kind of like, it doesn't always work, but if you can believe it, being like drawing on stream and like doing work stuff on stream helps me feel slightly more obligated to stay on task. And as I said, I would not blame you if you're like, damn bitch, you live like that. But yeah, mostly just keeping me from like going on social media or like just going off and doing other stuff. So I don't know that it's 100% successful, but I do feel like it is like good practice, and it has helped me be a little bit more regularly productive than I was. Like boob. Noobs. So I guess what I'm saying when I say all that is that I'm not necessarily always like that I don't do kind of like chat requests or like more like specifically like interactive stuff or like scheduled stuff, but a lot of times me doing stuff on stream is more like kind of coming in and hanging out while I work on stuff, and people can chat and like watch and stuff like that. So yeah, in theory I like to say that the chat is pretty chill, but I will also say that sometimes we do get onto kind of heavier topics or like more serious topics and stuff like that. So one's mileage might vary, but for the most part it is. Am I St-Onge? I am St-Onge. Oh my god, Lucio. Oh my god, you're right on the ball with that. So I would say my major selling point is like, if you want to come and just like shoot the shit and, you know, talk about stuff, like I'm very willing to talk about I'm more than happy to answer more like kind of like questions of like, what are you doing, or like, oh, how are you doing this thing. It's okay. I appreciate your passion for democracy, Lucha. Wow, brain. Yeah, that tracks. I am somebody who has ADHD, and I feel like that is perhaps not surprising. Like clinically diagnosed. Sound a very cute picture. Oh god. I appreciate you saying that. I also just know it bothers me that you can't like modify like your images and stuff on a Google search. Because as I said, I'm not sure what picture it is currently, but I feel like in the last time I looked, it was a picture that I was like, okay. Oh. It was probably at Fan Expo then. Hold on, I'm gonna Google now. Just casually Google myself, it's fine. Charlotte would be the one to answer these questions, actually. I'm not gonna make a comment because I might be thinking of somebody else, so. Gotta get in there with the power washer. Yeah, what kind of like 3D modeling do you do? I'm calling it that. That might not be the best way to describe it. Also, now that I'm Googling myself like a cool person, I don't know if I'm seeing the picture you're seeing, Joker. But yes, as a general rule, I try not to Google myself too much, just because, yeah. If people, I mean, it's nice if people are saying nice things about you, but if somebody is saying shitty things about me and not tagging me in it, I'm fine with, well, I mean, I'm not fine with it, but like, it's whatever. 3D character artist, artist is like EA. Oh my god, I envy you. That is, so to me that's a very nostalgic site, but I realize that like, I guess it was still like popular, I guess, like for a while, because I'm imagining playing it when I was probably too young to be on IMVU. And admittedly, I am a Sims dork, so. Damn. I was going to joke we didn't even hold a vote, but I know I shouldn't say the V word if I'm not serious. Also, I was going to be offended, but technically I'm not in chat, so. Oh my god. I don't think we want to do a vote on who's the coolest person in chat. I feel like that might hurt feelings, so. But no, that's honestly really cool, Quicks. For what it's worth, Lucho, I added a visual thing for the voting. So if we do a vote, it'll actually show up on screen and not just on like the stream chat. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Not if we do, when we do. Oh my god, it's 7 o'clock. How long ago was it that you were... I know, now I'm like... What kind of, like, how long ago were you working on, like, Sim stuff? Just that being the franchise that I'm most familiar with out of those ones. You're the 18th pick. Because, yes, this is, I guess, mostly an era thing, but I'm definitely, like, I feel like Sims 2 was kind of my game. and said with affection, and also somebody who has spent a decent amount of money on The Sims 4. Nobody hates The Sims 4, is quite like fans of The Sims 4. Like, I am definitely tempted by the 1 and 2 re-release, or like remaster, question mark. Okay, cool. So yeah, oh my god, so yeah, that would have been a while ago. It's like actually insane being like, that Sims 4 has been out for like 10 years now, is like, okay, now we know, we have a VIP in chat that you worked on Sim Medieval. Admittedly, I didn't play Medieval, but that is a game that I always hear people being like, this is such a good game. Like, outside of being a Sims game, it is just like a good... Did you expect That's, I mean, that's been a staple of it since like the first Sim game. Like, people were genuinely mad when Sims 4 launched and pools were not an item. Partially because of like the aesthetic building angle of it, but also because it's a very effective murder tool. Not me. I was a Sims player who was very like into like doing like family trees and like multiple generation type things, so I was nice to my Sims. I basically went in and I was like, I want everyone to have a good time and be like happy and have all their like dreams fulfilled. During the first one, that is true. Oh my god, there's a there's a running gag. I don't know if any of you guys watch My Name is Call Me Kevin, but he is pretty infamous, I would say, in the Sims community of just being like, he kind of roughly playtests certain things that they're like, okay, we need to like program that out clearly. That makes sense. SimCity is definitely a important game, even if it was not one that I really played. Sim Ant. I had a Sim Farm, and okay, I feel like I'm saying this and I don't feel super confident, but I'm pretty sure it was a Sims game, but there was like, it was like one where you built like an apartment building. I think it was like Sim Tower or something, because that was one that I really liked. It was Minecraft, oh my god. Sim Tower, okay. Yeah, because I remember that one was very cool, but I also remember that I would always be able to like play to a certain point and then like not be able to do anything else. So I guess I was doing something wrong, but I liked the aesthetic style of it and everything. You visited him in Ottawa? I feel like that would be like a fun handheld one to play if they like ported it for that, but like who in this day and age is like thinking about being like, give us Sim Tower? Yeah, the base game version of Sims 4 is. I have conflicting feelings about them charging for the re-release of 1 and 2, but I mean, in The Sims you can make Sims. But also I'm a little bit glad that I didn't like rush out and buy it on like the first day that it released, because it sounds like, and hold on to your monocles because they are about to be popped, it sounds like they are having to already release a lot of patch notes because the games keep crashing. And Zoe, oh god, so I am actually interested in Paralives, but with the asterisks of being like, if it is ever actually a real thing, because it looks very good from like the stuff that they showed of it, but a lot of it seems like not. It's hard to say how much of it is actually like in-game stuff. No, to like, because like obviously EA and The Sims has quite a monopoly on this particular subgenre. So I think it is not inaccurate to say that EA treats Sims fans and games in a certain way because there is no competition. I don't want to say there's no competition, but there's no competition quite like them. But yeah, the what is it? Inzoi. That one honestly doesn't interest me because I don't like to me. I like the art style of Sims 4. I just wish that there was like my comments that I have about things that could be improved with it are not necessarily like graphic or like visual style things, and I just find the style of being like, oh, it's like so realistic compared to The Sims is like, that doesn't really like, that's not a huge selling point to me. Whereas like Paralives, I feel like aesthetically has a visual style that is perhaps more interesting to me than Sims 4. Yeah, it has been into like, I don't know, I don't want to be like, oh well, this game was just like talked about a while ago and like nothing else has come up about it, but as I said, I think if they ever do release it, it looks like a good game, but also I have kind of reached the point of being like, I don't know if it's ever going to be a real game. So good little lad, go to the library. Yeah, I will also say that I am glad that at this time, yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who like unironically loves that there's so many like indie games that are doing like PS1 and PS2 styles, because to me, I'm just like, and I feel like we've talked about this before, we're just like, a good example, I guess, of this is like, you have a game like Legend of Zelda Wind Waker that when they like did the remaster, like re-release of it, they basically didn't have anything to do to it because graphically it still looked how it was supposed to look, as opposed to other games where it's like, oh well, we gotta like update it so that these graphics that were supposed to be realistic at the time are now like actually realistic. And I don't think that realism is the be all and end all of any sort of like narrative or art sort of thing. I'm not saying that like you can't have it as an option, I just don't think that it is like the be all and end all. And I would probably be hard pressed to pick a game that was deliberately realistic looking that I was like, I love the visual style of this game. Like the closest one I like offhand that I think of would be like BioShock, but I would say that BioShock is a very stylized looking game still. Yeah, I also have that opinion though, like when it comes to like, I really don't like the philosophy of being like everything needs to be made into a live action. You know, that it's like, because this is not a live action version of X, it could be improved by being made into a live action, because I am hard pressed to think of a adaptation that was animated to live action that genuinely I was like, this is so much better than the original version. Sly Cooper. Well, it's like, I feel like this is, I don't know if this is a basic bitch kind of thing, but like, I really like the Telltale visual style of games. Like, I was like obsessed with oh my god, I want to say, was it Wolf Among Us? It's the one with like where the big bad wolf There's like the fairy tale characters who are like living in a suburb of New York, and he's like a detective or whatever. The first Berserker. I am not sure I'm familiar with that. I can look it up though. I'm struggling to draw these arms. Yeah, I just really liked the I'm gonna keep calling it this, and it's probably not called this, the Wolf Among Us game, because I feel like it just fit that style, like the style of the content, but I don't know. I respect that they have like a very like recognizable visual style, but I realize that they do not exist anymore, so. That is, Now we're talking about video games and why things do not need 3D or live action adaptations necessarily. I was going to say one thing that I feel like somebody might be like, oh, well, what about this? As an example of something that technically had an animated version first, and then had a very influential classic movie adaptation would be like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which technically true, but in a case like that I would argue that it wasn't remaking the animated adaptation, it was adapting books, so I feel like that is different. So hold on, I'm going to, oh my god, I know what it looks like, and I've had more than one person be like, you should play it, and I'm like, there are some very sad things in that I don't think would be fun. Yeah, I do like the animated Lord of the Rings. It is more just the thing of like, I feel like that is a case where even though arguably there's a live action adaptation that is better than the animated one, your mileage may vary, is like, it's not a live action remake of the animated movie, if that makes sense. Yeah, like they're like separate entities. What do you say, the first Berserker? I feel like whenever I say Berserker, I say it weird. Sorry, just this description is an interesting way of wording it, even though I know what it is saying. It says, the first Berserker, Kazan, is an action game where violence repeatedly occurs using a sword against monsters that are similar or dissimilar to humans. Like, I understand what it's saying, but that is an interesting way of putting it. Violence repeatedly occurs using a sword. Berserker. Sorry, that was my watch. So I can't believe that Piggy's been on the chair this whole time. Well, it sounds like, or that the first Berserker is like being charged with sword-related aggravated assault, and they're like, violence did repeatedly occur with the sword. Corey, I keep telling you about the Del Toro movie that's coming out, apparently in end of the year 2025, but still, it is a thing, apparently. Penny Dreadful. I started Penny Dreadful and I really wanted to get into it, and I don't know what it was, but I just like had a hard time staying like engaged. Even though I wanted to, because Eva Green is in it, and I try very hard for the wifey. Oh, hello. I like the interpretation that Mary Shelley was just dunking on all of her male contemporaries and being like, you think that it is enough to create something great or new, but then not take responsibility for it afterwards, either in a creative venture or making a person. So it's like, y'all think you're hot shit, but really you're just shitty dads. Hello, Tio Job. How you doing? There is a Frankenstein adaptation that Del Toro is directing. It was originally slated to come out like Christmas this year past, like same time as Nosferatu. Yeah, Oscar Isaac is Frankenstein, and Jacob Elordi plays the monster. Which is so ironic because Jacob Elordi is so handsome. Yes, Rosie often does. Although this is her first appearance this stream, so. Are people smoking in the library, Corey? What renegade? Hi. Hi. How's it going? Do I have a big bird? Do a big bird? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So you can kind of see Piggy. That black lamp. I know. Hi, how Rosie is very cute, but she is very large, and she likes to lay on my tablet and everything, so we try to compromise by she lays on my tablet and I draw around her and try not to poke her in the butt, because heaven forbid if I draw on her on my tablet. I mean, I guess Polar Express is adapted from a book, so it is not only the movie, but admittedly I feel like part of the enduring quality of the animated movie is that it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird guy. So like I feel like correcting or otherwise neutering that weirdness, I don't know if it would make it better. Admittedly though, I never watched Polar Express when I was the target age demo, so I do not have any like particular nostalgia for it. So mostly I just think it's kind of weird, but I can appreciate it being a very nostalgic holiday movie for people. And I say that even as somebody who I feel like something being said on an old-timey steam train is a really easy sell for me. Also, please. Hi. Rosie. She's just born that way. She's like a big cat, but she's also like a big cat. So I won't say she's not fat at all, but she's not all fat. She's a brick house. Oh, that's cute. It's not too late. It could be Polar Express in February. Rosie looks like that, I want to say it's like a Mesopotamian, like bronze cast sculpture of a very rectangular cat. I enjoyed it. We were actually having, what are you pressing? That is scrolling things. I literally disabled all the buttons on my tablet. How are you doing this? Huh? Is it through Rosie Power? What did you try to say? Unless it's the one word, in which case I have no sympathy for you. Rosie, please. Yes, we were actually talking about, thank you, Miss Charlotte. We were talking about Arcane earlier, but I like the style. No justice. She knows what she did. And I would say, should any of my other mods choose to follow in her footsteps, they will find themselves similarly punished. Were you here for this, Lucho? Do you know what happened? It was a very easy crime to not commit, is all I'm saying. You were there. Well, then you know. Yes, it is. It's Rosie's stream and we're all just living in it. You can do it if you want, Big Smith. I will be sad to remove your mod privileges, but not as sad as the fact that you did it. I'm not saying that Miss Charlotte will never be a mod again, but I don't know when she'll be a mod again. You can send it to me as like an Instagram DM, or you could, or you could send it as a whisper. Even though I still morally object to DMs on Twitch being called that. Starting to sound like Fyra, who's always like, alright, sorry, this joke is funny because it requires explanation. Fyra is always saying that he wants, when, not if, but when cybernetics are a thing, he's going to be first in line to get all sorts of cyborg modifications. For what it's worth, I still feel like I probably have more mods than required considering the size and nature of this stream. You sent it? Everyone's gonna be cyberpunk. I know I've said this before, and this is more of a subjective opinion, but cyberpunk was like, it did not interest me in a way to play it, but like, it just seemed like such a miserable world to be in. And I know it's like, oh, well, not so unlike our own world, is it? But, I don't know. And also, I didn't like the guys who had, like, modded their faces and, like, half of their face was, like, gone, or, like, the top one. Hold on, I'll go pull up that video. Give me a second. The perspective on this looks kinda weird. Wow, perfect chair. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I've heard, and I mean, to be fair, it's been out for several years now at this point, but I have heard that in its current state, it is a much better experience. But I'm just not a big, like, cyberpunk as a genre enjoyer. I did watch the anime, and I've said this before, it was a great show that I have no interest in watching ever again. Yeah. No, like, it was a very good show. But oh my god. What an absolutely miserable song. Although we do still like to send memes in the group chat that's like various things of like, main character guy, please stop modding yourself. And he has like a shawarma machine on his stomach or something. I don't know. Rosie, stop. Stop it. Stop. Okay. I assume, is it just like one video loot show or is it like a compilation? It's a compilation. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna play it more so towards the end of the stream. But, okay. Okay, hold on. One second. She's very happy. Why is Rosie so loud? That's just how she is. Wait. Oh, hold on. Some cats purr very loudly. It might make a sound, so yes, I know. Oh my gosh. Okay, it is not playing a sound actually, so that is fine. Oh my god, Rosie, I am begging you. No. Generally, if cats are cleaning themselves properly, you do not need to clean them. Alright. Just low-key snort. That's a touchy sound. Rosie, I know this is extremely exciting. That will be fun, I guess. She's about to eat you. I feel like you just have some interesting animal anxieties, Corey. As long as you're alive, the cats wouldn't eat you. That's a fun nature fact. Okay. Lucho, I'm trusting you. Oh, pussy, what is happening? Hold on. That was strange, I apologize. Do you have to brush your teeth? No, they have dental cat food. That is wait, what? Big Smith, come back. Okay.
Is that a pinky? I'm an evil cat.
I think I have seen that one, but I like it. I just like the. It has a very Tim Curry quality to the voice acting. Sometimes, but not really. Generally, if they like, if I get like a bitten or scratched, which again does not happen often, it is like because they have given me signals that I'm like crowding them or like also in the wild. Well, in the wild, they'd be eating things with like bones and stuff. So like chewing on the bones and the raw meat is like kind of like brushing their teeth, even if that maybe doesn't make sense. But yeah, they have a dental food that's basically like a large kibble. So when they bite into it, their teeth go like, I would say it depends. Because some cats are like, but then some cats really like being pet on the belly. You just gotta, yeah, you just gotta suss them out. I find it funny because people will be like, "Aw, cats are like, I don't know how to pet a cat. I don't know how to interact with a cat or blah blah blah." But like for me, I find it kind of challenging interacting with dogs sometimes because I'm like, because to me, if a cat's purring, that's a pretty like green signal that's like, yeah, we're cool. Versus like, oh no, Rosie loves the face pets. I feel like this is all just a tactic to get more Rosie time. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh we love the face pets. Like usually cats like getting the chin, and they'll do the cheek. Rosie likes the little ear rubs, but she also likes it. Hello, yes, Fern. Are we talking about pets? And you're like, I would say no. They don't get wet dog smell, fortunately. But yeah, no. As I said, if anything, usually cats don't love having their like paws touched or like their legs like held. But then like I can like sometimes I can like massage her paws and stuff. Again, mostly I find that it's like cats will communicate. Yeah, they do. Dogs smell when wet, they can. For what it's worth, though, Fern is not. Fern's not a smelly dog, anyways. Come here, baby. I know. Are you looking because someone else is getting attention? Are you looking because someone else is getting attention? But yes, for Fern especially because she is like such a small dog and she's so cat-shaped. That's still something that like I've gotten used to it, obviously, but when I first adopted her, I was like, how do I know if you're happy? You're not purring. Because she seems like she should purr. And yes, they do have wet noses. They have very similarly structured noses, actually. So if a cat or a dog has a very dry nose, it can mean that something's going on. Bear would get a little stinky sometimes, but Fern is a very unsmelly dog. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Am I getting kisses? And the ears, I would say the cat's ears are a little bit more structured feeling, but it depends. Yes. Well, to be fair, the cats are very happy when I lay in bed and I'm at my desk and I am blah blah blah. They are very content with that. Whereas for Fern, she is kind of the opposite. So me being at my desk for hours and hours is not as much of a boon for her. Yeah, have a good one, Quicks. I advertise it on my thingy, but I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 4 p.m. to, in theory, 8 p.m. The end time may vary. But yeah, feel free to swing by and say hi again, and thanks for stopping by and telling us some game stuff, because I got to talk a little bit about sim opinions. Why don't cats like to go on walks? It depends. They don't like being, like, it's a kind of a training thing, because part of it is, like, a cat does not like to be put on a leash and dragged somewhere, if that makes sense. But, I find that if you have a cat who does want to go outside, they might be willing to go on a harness and just, like, kind of have you walk with, Rosie, stop, and have them walk, like, with you. Walk with them so they can kind of explore. Yes, kind of. Although right now Fern does not. Fern and I are not really doing our walks and stuff right now because it's cold. Yeah. Oh, do you mind? Hi. I know. Hi. Hold on, let me move stuff. Lay down. Yes. She does have a pee pad. Hi. And depends. Yeah, no. Fern is actually pretty good with her pee pad. Like, she came already trained to go on it, so but she does not really like to go out in the snow, or like once it gets below a certain temperature. She's little and the pavement's cold, right? Yeah, the pavement's cold on your little paws, and she technically does have shoes, but we have not gotten the hang of wearing them, so. Beautiful puppy. Beautiful puppy. Yeah. Usually, because he shoot Fern, I did take. Hi. I was gonna say, I think I sent some to the group chat not too long ago, of her wearing her boots and looking disgruntled. Not sure how far back it is. It's a better question, so hold on. Yes. Well, I mean, also on the other end though, is like Fern is very much, I feel like, a spring autumn kind of dog. Cause like in the summer, she like gets hot more than like other dogs might, or like her body just heats up more. I feel like where do dogs like to be bed is like more mysterious to me. But I feel like dogs are pretty like down to clown, that you can kind of like just rough them up all over. Unless they are a dog who has a trauma, then you probably don't want to do that. Oh my goodness, look at this. Thank you. Where are our pictures of Fern's boots? It wasn't that long ago. Okay. Are you ready to see her looking very disgruntled in her boots? On the 23rd, apparently. Oh. Oh, I'll put it on top of everything. Hold on. I just don't want having lines going over it. So, as you can maybe imagine, part of the challenge is that Fern's feet are so tiny that these are like extra small boots and they're still too big for her. Also, she does have a jacket that she usually wears out, but I was trying to let her like, I wanted to see if her having foot protection would sort of like make it that she was okay with like just a sweater, but we definitely went for a little drag, so. So often though, the expression of, mother, I can't believe you've done this. I'm not sure if I actually sent you guys a video of her walking in them. No, I don't think I did. I'm taking a quick look to see if I... Beverly Hills Chihuahua, Canada edition. Please continue to look at my beautiful daughter. I said I did take a video of her kind of stomping around in her boots, trying to be a good sport about it. Oh, maybe it was that far back. Okay, hold on. She is not incredibly pleased. Hold on. Oh, sweetheart. Okay, I feel like there's not too much of my shit in the background of this video, so hold on. Again, I would say it depends on the animal. Hold on, okay. Here's Fern when she was getting ready to go out. And we had hope that she would survive wearing the boots. That's not what we want. Can we just do... Hold on a second. I said there's not too much of my shit in the background here, so... Oh yeah. I nom them all the time. Usually, I mean, Rosie loves getting nommed. Fern is a little bit like...
Rather disgruntled. But she did just take a few steps. What a good, brave girl. We had a bit of a wrestling match to get all 4 boots on. And the backs look a little floppy, but an attempt is being made. Come here, baby. Yeah, I know. Oh my goodness, does that feel weird? Baby, we're gonna go, okay? Gonna go for a walk? Go, mother. Good girl. Oh my goodness, she's a good girl. Yeah. Okay.
Also, I just realized that something that makes my thingy crash is doing I know, tell her that, is like playing stuff in like WhatsApp at the same time as Streamlabs, or like copying and pasting links or whatever. So I'm glad that that didn't crash it. Also, hello, the blazing world. Fern, go bigger feet. Her feet are as big as they can get. I mean, I think my computer is just kind of being held together with like, oh my god, y'all. Do you see this? Do you see this? Yeah, I just wanted a version that I could use without picking up my phone at my desk, and that I could use without necessarily having internet open. So, one of one of my many strategies to try and focus while I'm working. Can I come here? I know. I'm disgruntled. I love you so much. Who? Oh! Sorry, kissed you on the eyeball. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like... Oh, you're going down? Okay. Say... My wife. Oh, there you go. The existence of Miss Charlotte's wife tested well in the group chat. Also, this chair is kind of fucking weird looking, but oh my god, Rosie. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I feel like there should be like an old worldy like how when you're like a Viking and your name is like Ericsson or whatever, should be like a wife of version of that. Although I can see I can see that being abused. But if it was 2 wives, then it would be okay. They are, yes. That was very important. What kind of vibes? I'm interested for this answer. Mostly just because I like people describing their partners. That is fair. Yeah, no, Joker. Rosie and Jack are actually litter mates that my ex and I rescued 7 years ago. And honestly, that was something that was like, Mom spaghetti. Also, Blazing has a really good soprano range. Like, singing, not like the Mob series. Singer. Yes. I feel like range-wise, Miss Charlotte and Blazing can do a lot of like duets and stuff like that, which I think is very crucial in a relationship. Soprano is the like high one. The fact that you can sing the Christine parts in Phantom of the Opera and not sound like utter shite is I feel like that is a pretty big bragging right, as somebody who sings the Christine parts in Phantom of the Opera quite shite. Yeah, I want to finish this, so we'll see. I'm so done. Winston is certainly an independent young man. But he does like dried rosebuds as a treat, and that is just so aesthetic, so I respect him greatly for that. I was being nice. I think as long as you know what kind of relationship you're going to have when you get a chinchilla, you'll be okay. But if you think they're gonna be like little cuddle guys, you will be disappointed. Yes, what? Are you woofing? What you woofing for? Hi. Honestly, I would be more worried about Winston giving me a chomp than Mr. Darcy. And yeah, no, Joker, I just like didn't want to deal with the cat spraying. I did not want to risk the 4 kittens that we rescued, who were 2 boys and 2 girls, having more kittens, because that just could not happen. So he'd probably just run away. I just feel like getting bit by something with like a rodent jaw would hurt. Not to say that getting actually bit by like a standard poodle wouldn't hurt, but I am generally not actually worried or feel like Darcy's gonna like even snip at us or snip at me. Yeah, it's like their little teeth. How do you pet a chinchilla? Only with its consent. Yeah. It is bedtime for Lucha. Which is why you think that they'd want to be cuddly petting animals, but they're like, come on, touch. Yes, have a good night, Lucha. Okay, everyone, time to bring out our S-tier content now that Lucha's leaving. I'm sorry, I was laughing when you made that comment because I feel like we've had like 2 streams in the last little bit that were like, I mean, the content is S tier all the way through, but oh my goodness, it's just, we already listened to that. And also Lucha was like, Big Smith, someone is gonna someday suplex you to the chair and no one's gonna believe you. Just saying. For now, let me focus on finishing this. Yeah, you better watch out. Oh, good night, Lucha. See you on Friday, if you are here on Friday. Nah, it's good. I enjoyed it. Also, I don't know if you can hear that snoring, but Piggy is snoring quite loudly in the background. I'm not sure if the chair in this suplex, which is definitely what I meant to say, I don't know if it's like the victim would be sitting in it, or like if it'd be part of the like assailant doing a thing. I feel like we need to workshop that some more. The gender neutral child of one sibling. I think suplex is when you grab them and like flip them over. Leon Kennedy loves to perform a suplex move. But admittedly, usually a chair would not be involved. That's expert level suplexing, so you gotta work your way up to that. I imagine it is not physically impossible, but very physically unlikely. I got it. I know what you mean by that. Gotta pull out that one meme that it's like short guys be acting all tough, and then when somebody wants to square up, they're like, "Don't fight me, I'm the birthday boy." I also like to use that card sometimes. Have you ever met a little guy TM, Big Smith? I feel like one of the hardest part about fighting Big Smith would be that he is so tall and has a long reach. So like anything you tried to do, he could just like stop you. Let you bump me. It's like in general, I don't want to get my like spine snapped, but there's certain days where like that looks like it might actually be nice. I do love a back crack though. Probably more than a chiropractor would recommend, but they're fake doctors, so I don't care what they think. I like this part of doing like a room drawing where I get to go and like erase things so that they're actually in behind each other and stuff. I like that. I think it is fun. or ankles. I don't know. I've never been in a fight, so my advice in such a thing might vary. Anyone over 30, just aim for the knees. Wow, if Justice was here, he would give that meal 10 thumbs up. I, on the other hand, am less enthusiastic, but I am definitely a granola-y type mom when it comes to energy drinks. Hello, are you back? Come here. Very nice. I know, we're almost done, Hey, puppy girl, can you sit down? Can you lay down, please? I said I wanted to finish this drawing, and we are not yet finished, but we are very close. I have to imagine that if I was actually like in a fight with somebody, it would be because somebody had attacked me, at which point they do not get the courtesy of fighting fair with. Yeah, well, I mean, if anime has taught us anything, being the biggest guy does not necessarily mean that that is the only way you can be successful in a physical altercation. Please note, I am not endorsing anybody gets into any physical altercations on stream or off. However, I am also not responsible for any physical altercations that may occur due to this conversation. If you know how to fight. It's not how big or small or strong or fast you are. What's the most important is how powerful is your friendship. So consider that before getting into any physical altercations, especially against otherworldly or otherwise supernatural enemies. you cannot fight me. I have all the power as the one streaming. My sister. Why? Is there something I don't know? Only one who's allowed? This is a somewhat lumpy clock, but pretend it is not because she started angry. My evil twins. I have a regular, not specifically evil sister, but you know, perhaps I do have an evil twin somewhere. Also, how do you know I'm not the evil twin version of myself? Honestly, I mean, this is more clone than twin, I guess, but sometimes I wish I was like Dr. Manhattan and that you know of. I shave off my evil villainous mustache every morning so that you will not think I'm the evil twin. Nah, I feel like sometimes I told you guys I have body hair. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't give a fuck. And for what it's worth, Fyra, I feel like I have grown somewhat immune to that kind of tactic. Not because. I mean, I feel like in a very YA novel kind of way, one would have to assume that nega, N-E-G-A, I did have a period though a couple of years ago where I was like, I just want to let my like body hair kind of grow out, so I didn't shave my legs or my pits or anything for, I'd say like more than 6 months. And honestly, part of, like, I don't know, as my own personal choice, and I realize you're not necessarily asking this, like, I like shaving my bits and my like legs and stuff like that, but I also feel like I'm much more comfortable with, like, if I don't, it's not a huge deal, compared to like when I was younger. But well, that's on the same layer. I will say that so the nice thing about not shaving and sharing this fact with strangers online was that I did have people who were like, you know, like trans women and stuff like that, who were like, seeing you like post pictures like that and like it not being like, yeah, I don't know, just that it was like nice to see somebody who is like overtly like a feminine presenting person having body hair and it not taking away from that like femininity, I guess. But then on the other hand, so you know, I don't know what all conversations happen about me when I'm not around, obviously, and to the internet's credit, I have had not a ton of people being weirdos to me directly, but so when I had let my like pit hair grow in, that was like the first time I actually got people kind of like leaving really overtly objectifying comments, was because they were like, oh yeah, that pit hair, and I was like, this is the thing, huh? This was the thing that was like just because, like, you know, I have like tattoos and like all this other stuff that I would have thought first would have been like a thing for people to be weird and latch onto, but no, apparently that was the thing. And I don't know, as I said, I very genuinely like I appreciated hearing from other people who were like, you know, it gives me some confidence, like, as somebody who has like visible body hair or whatever, that like seeing like somebody like you doing this and like not in like a negative way or whatever, because I don't think it should be a negative thing, but I also appreciate that I am a conventionally attractive white lady, and my experience with these things is not universal. But I started shaving. Yeah, well, it was something that I was like really, really anxious about when I was younger, and it's hard to say if like my hair isn't as like if my hair was darker when I was younger and it was more noticeable, or if it's just like my anxiety was what made it seem worse back then. Because like, yeah, I was very uncomfortable about it, and I did have people like kind of like make mean remarks to me and stuff like that. But it is hard to say again like how much of it was actually like that noticeable to other people and how much of it was just like the anxiety. I think that I can say I am conventionally attractive within what we consider to be societally pretty. Yeah. And like, cause I started shaving like body hair when I was like I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like it is a not unprivileged place to be, and I think it is also not really. I don't think it's fair for me to be like, I don't want to be like that YA heroine of like, oh no, I'm so plain and boring, like blah blah blah, because that's also not really fair to be like, I am participating in a system where looking the way I do, or looking like certain people, you know, it does benefit me. He thinks I'm cute. I was giving him a hard time earlier on stream, but he really does compliment me a lot. But it could be more, is all I'm saying. No. Nico's not here right now. He cannot confirm or deny. Yeah, I have not used an epilator, so it does look somewhat medieval. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I also, like, when I think of, like, my friends that I have who are, like, who actively choose to, like, not shave their body hair and is, like, they have, like, visible body hair. I have, like, I can think of one friend who is, like, a trans guy. So I know that for him, like, not shaving, I think, was a very, like, let's see, gender affirming, I guess. I was gonna say, what's the opposite of, like, gender dysphoric? It is. But then I also have some, like, I have friends who are, like, cis women, and, like, when I noticed, I was like, oh, they, like, I can tell that they have not shaved their legs, but in a, like, deliberate, I'm not, like, my hair is grown in and I am not shaving it. And I'm just kind of like, huh. And no specific reason, just, like, just cause. And I'm like, I like that. Well, alrighty then. No, I know. Well, and again, these comments that I make, I'm like, I acknowledge that this is coming from somebody who looks a certain way and identifies with their, like, their born gender, you know? So me being comfortable with it, and somebody who is, you know, it is to their benefit and safety to do things that make them pass more, you know? Sure. I mean, I think that's very understandable. Someone being like, what did I say? But yeah, I was just gonna say, Corey, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Of just like, it is often fair. Sorry. I think in a lot of things, it is easy to look at other people and be like, you know, this is like positive qualities in them that are maybe harder to see in yourself. You know. So I think that makes sense. Sorry, Rosie. I know. Yeah. Yes. I think that is more just me being rambly as opposed to it being a situation that I'm like, oh, sis is a bad word, because I very much do not think that. Control S. It has been done. Good luck. That is impossible challenge. Well, this is obviously my talking out my ass opinion here, but I feel like also it is probably more challenging for you to like attribute positive feminine things to yourself, Corey, from the point of view of like, because being treated or classified as feminine feels triggering, if that makes sense. Like, so even though for somebody else you might be like, oh yes, that quotation mark feminine quality is like, you know, when I see it in somebody else, I can be like, that's good. But when you see it in yourself, it is sort of like a thing of like, does this challenge my identity? That's like, you know, that you probably could experience it and just be like, this is not something that has to be like a gendered good quality, but because it might have baggage, you perhaps do not want to be super closely like associated with it and have that sort of like extra work to convince people that you are not a girl. Yeah. I don't actually know if I knew that specifically was the dichotomy of it, so. Look at Miss Charlotte, teaching us a language. Consider mine monocle popped. Yeah, it is short for cisgender, which certain people will try and tell you is a bad word. It is not. Yeah, have a good night, Pigsmith. Unless you come back in like 10 minutes, you're like, you're still here. Cisalpine peen. I try to tread a little bit carefully in this sort of thing, but I feel like it is worth kind of like addressing / talking about the idea that gender is a construct and things do not have to, like, for the most part, things that do not automatically fall into a gender, like, dichotomy. I used that word twice. I won't use it again. But so on one hand, being like things for the most part are not automatically gendered, but at the same time acknowledging and respecting the thing of like, however, gender dysphoria is a thing, and we culturally have these things that we associate with femininity and masculinity. So even if they are societal expectations, that doesn't mean that they cannot give somebody comfort who is feeling dysphoric. I don't know if I articulated that well or if I'm totally talking on my butt, so I apologize if so, but I feel like I'm making this too fancy. I'm gonna sneeze, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know, I didn't mute it for you. You had to experience it in the flesh. Yeah. That is definitely something as an English speaker that is admittedly kind of weird across languages. You just missed Big Smith. Yes. I mean, I admittedly find it quite funny. I assume that people are asking mostly just like innocently about being when people are like, I thought all cats were girls and all dogs were boys, and it's like, how did you think that worked? How do you how would that work? Unless obviously, you know, just by them being mammals, you know, but I feel like I'm pretty well done with this. Like I can add in like some more like little environmental things, but oh, feck. I'm sorry for subjecting you to neck cracking ASMR, but also, oh yeah, I was gonna Rosie my posy, Rosie my posy, mister. Do you want to go back down again? Hold on. Thank you. Yeah, as I said, I think I mostly could be done. Once again, got no work done. Did you go to the library? Where having fun isn't hard. I'm like, what would be like teenager clutter? Because I'm like, my knee-jerk reaction is like a vape, but I feel like probably wouldn't be leaving vapes in possibly a church basement. So video games, just all video games. Yeah, because they have like the whiteboard, and then I have like some kind of posters around. But I'm imagining this as a space where it's like kids do like group stuff here. Tell me of child. What do the youths do? Because I'm also imagining like okay, this is going to be a charger, so just like bear with me here. But like items that like, because like a kid would probably not leave their phone, you know, but like I can see them leaving like a charger. Later, Gators. Bye, Joker. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. But yes, this room is supposed to be like kind of like a group therapy kind of like location. So it's supposed to be like in a church basement, but I don't know if it is actually like in a hula hoops. Oh yes, some jacks. I was gonna put dominoes. Get a dollhouse. It's fancy. I can see that. What does a domino look like? Surely something kind of like that. Yes, I also don't need to get too into additional props, but just many toys. Okay. Cause this would be like more like teenager age stuff. And it's also supposed to be kind of like, because I feel like if it was something where it was either like it's a very unwelcoming environment or it's a very welcoming environment, that would be like make me feel a little bit less indecisive. But it's kind of supposed to be like a little bit of both. So like initially kind of intimidating, but like it could read as comfortable once you were like used to going there. Stress balls. Okay, I can see that. But I could put a yoga ball. That's an easy chair to draw. Interesting. Like bubbles that you blow. I assume. I don't know what other. Oh my god. Do kids still use those fidget spinners? They kind of. I'll look up reference when I actually draw. And also could, yeah. Actually, I mean, it is helpful. I have some, some idea of what might be here, but it is definitely helpful. Okay, so let's pretend that this is one of those like fidget little bubble popper things. And future gen will draw it more accurately. I guess somebody could have left. I was gonna say a Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren. Infinity cubes. Okay, interesting. Okay, like little fidget toys. I feel like that's something I could definitely like put around. So we're gonna pretend that that is that. I don't know if that's what it looks like, but we're gonna pretend for now. Jar or bowl of chocolates. Do you get snacks when you go to group therapy? I don't know. I've only been to extra fun solo therapy. Yeah? Huh. I see. Yeah, you don't get snacks at regular independent therapy. They just make you think about how you need to come up with more strategies to cope with your challenges. Oh my god. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. It's just like you don't get summer vacation as an adult, and you don't get therapy candy. What is even the point? I'm joking. That's cute. Yeah, I feel like grown-up therapy is a little different because they're like, they are very much wanting to be like, what is going on? What is the situation? How are you feeling? How can we try to figure out some strategies with this? I want to do yoga though. Maybe I should put that here instead of that stool. Oh gosh. Yes, Afro Circus. Honestly, a bit rude to subject a child that you're trying to do therapy on to that. Sorry, I'm a hater. Don't do it. It was like a meme for a while on the virtue of it being so annoying. if that counts for anything. So that's supposed to be a candy jar. Just pretend it looks like. Yes, there is. I feel like I should do that instead of this chair. Okay. Yeah, no, the fidget thing is a good suggestion because I feel like that is something that is not too expensive to just like have there for the kids while also not necessarily being too personal. Also, I'm looking forward to eating my leftovers because my tum's getting rather hungry. Alright, goodbye chair that I spent X amount of time drawing. Ain't that always the way? Puzzles and board games. Yeah, I have some, I think I meant to put some more over there as well, actually, so I will. Yeah, because as I said, it's one of those, this one is a little bit of, like, a challenge, just because, you know, if it was, like, straight up, this is a unwelcoming or uncomfortable environment for the character, that is kind of like, okay, that tells me something, or that gives me a pretty specific thing to communicate. As well as, like, if it was like, this is like a nice environment that they feel safe in, that would give me a good heading. But yeah, window or clocks. Yeah, I have a clock, I have a calendar, and it's like underground because it's supposed to be like a basement. So yes, I suppose logical. I'm like, I don't want to give up that chair 100% yet, so. Virtual therapy. Yeah, I'm somewhat conflicted because, like, I feel like... Goodness. That is a big stretch. Do you feel better? That was quite the rosy sound. Hi. Come here, you. Are you? Also, you always sit on the couch if available. No, just power move, sit behind their desk. Mm-hmm. Yes, hello. I was gonna say, I like going into office because I feel like I like being able to just sort of like be specifically present in doing a session. But admittedly, yeah. It is definitely the type of appointment that can just like derail an entire day and be like, well, that is all I'm doing today, it would seem. Which is sometimes okay, but yeah, as I said, I also find just like for my own focus, as well as just like, I guess it feels like the therapist is also a little bit more focused on the conversation at hand, and obviously like they should be present whether it is in person or otherwise, but yeah. You have an easy line of escape. That's valid. Yeah, I mean, that also makes sense to me too, of just that, like, for some people, that might not bother them, but if it is something that can, like, reduce anxiety from someone, sorry, I have these various items on different layers still, so just being like, what is on what layer? Yeah, no, I do totally get that, Blazing World. Because again, for me, I feel like it's a thing where just like, I guess because for me, I'm not like going out to like work somewhere every day type thing. I kind of use it as a thing to be like, okay, I'm gonna go out and get human and like force myself to like, you know, be out with other people. And me doing like a remote session doesn't automatically mean that it won't still kind of like take up my spoons for a day. So least that way I get some fresh air. But, you know, definitely not saying that there is one right answer or anything like that. Hey, Rosie? Also, for better or worse, I definitely get some cat cameos and such if I do it at home. I would maybe say that, like, if I had seen a therapist in person, and like I knew that we like gelled well, and I knew kind of like their tone and stuff, I would be okay switching to like remote. But for this, because it's like for a visual novel type thing, I think it'll be a thing where kind of like it's just in the background, and then like the characters will kind of like pop up in the front with the like text and stuff. I'm not 100% sure, but I am not going to be drawing characters in it. I'm just doing the room drawings. But yes, I feel like that could be a thing. Could it be funny? Dream Daddy, where you go to group therapy. I mean, you think it would be on the other side of the couch? Like, sorry, back is away from the door. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, I figure that the couches are kind of like stationary, but in theory, like the chairs and stuff could be moved around, so it could just kind of be tucked there right now. But I do understand what you mean, because I was debating putting it kind of where the stool is. But no, I do understand why you're saying that, and it makes sense. Okay, but yes, I kind of want to do like a shading layer over top just for readability, but oh my god. Oh, it's 10 more minutes anyways. It's true. I think I have mentioned this before, where it's just like I don't know. I like doing lighting effects. I feel like I enjoy doing lighting effects more so than just like coloring, if that makes sense. Like the lighting effects part of like coloring a drawing is kind of the fun part, and the rest of the color decisions is kind of just like procedural. Burning rather than smell. Those musical? Okay. No, it's real. I mean, you have watched me work on this for X amount of time. Shading? Yeah. I don't know, I feel like I was... Yes, what is that? I mean, you guys have also, well, you can't quite see what I'm doing, but you have watched me spend tens of minutes just trying to figure out what gradient map I want to use to get my overall color scheme what I want, and then going back and adding more, and yeah. Trying to learn to draw iPad on free app. I personally don't feel like, you know, you can like obviously learn on paper, and it might be easier just for like materials in theory, but I do not think that one is better or more correct than the other. Like I find that part of the reason I like working on digitally is because it allows me to really like play around with stuff, and like sometimes not for the better, but being able to just like really redo things and like play around. So I would say so on the iPad, if you are like comfortable using it or like feel like you could get used to using it, I have Procreate on the iPad because it is free and we appreciate a free drawing program. But I know people have been talking about Curda, but I have not used that one, so I cannot specifically say how good or not good it is, but people seem to like it, and I think it is another one that is free. Yeah, so maybe what I would say is like, from the point of view of doing more finished drawings, it might be easier to sort of like figure out color theory and or style on working digitally, because then, you know, you are not limited to what colors you have access to, etc. And for just like general like structural or like drawing techniques, like paper might, I don't want to say better for it, but for just like practicing, paper might be better from the point of view of being able to just like do a drawing, and then even if it's not perfect, you kind of have to commit to that version of a drawing you did, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Part of like why as I said, I really am such like because I say this with this tone of like, I am very, very used to using the yeah. I definitely feel like there are kind of certain habits that I have picked up drawing digitally that does make it more challenging to work traditionally, but I guess it depends on like what you are trying to do, and like, because I feel like even if my traditional drawing is a lot less confident than my digital drawing, I still like have an understanding of X like drawing techniques and like approaches and stuff like that. It says $12.99. Maybe they don't have a free version of it anymore. I said try looking for, it's either Kurta or like Krita, like Krita, I think. That is the other one that I think is free, but I am not 100% because I don't have it. Krita, yeah. Oh, hello, Jesus. Hello, Stinky, how's it going? Don't hang on my keyboard, please. Should probably actually like include a light in this, but it's fine. Clip Studio. Okay, I mean, if it's free on it, I would say go for it, because I like Clip Studio, but I decided to not get it on, oh my god, Rosie. I decided to not get it on my iPad because, oh my god, like, on my desktop, I basically paid for the program, and I own the program, but on the iPad, I wanted to do, like, a subscription model, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I am willing to pay you again for this product for a different platform, but I do not want to pay a subscription model. So I am not too sure what was up with that, but yeah. Yeah, I think it is a reasonable answer to say both, but also with the energy of like, but neither one of them is inherently like the wrong way to practice. Because I would say that if you're able to like digitally, you're kind of able to treat it more traditionally in the way of like, because obviously I like to control Z a lot, so that is partially why I feel like I have more difficulty switching to, okay. For what it's worth, chairs are usually kind of complicated to draw. Like they have a lot of, they're geometric, but they have a lot of like different axes and stuff like that. That is true. And then sometimes you still suck. I'm talking about myself. Yeah. You think you're too good to control that. I just realized that it looks like right now the light is just emanating from the middle of the room, which was kind of not what I was going for, but oh. This has not been the most useful tutorial for us. Yes, from the age of 2 I was a good drawer. I mean, I've showed you guys like drawings from like my college years and I would say my high school years, but I like my high school stuff more than I like most of my college years stuff, so. How do you flip the canvas? I know why you're saying that. And also, I refuse. The other thing I was going to say, as far as drawing on a tablet, because I feel like the experience of no, it's not it is technically a good habit to have. I just don't like doing it because then I'm just like this drawing is an abomination. In theory, when you are drawing, and I would say that this works better for more like freehand or like character drawings, I guess. You can more easily see like anatomical weirdness that might be happening when you flip the canvas, because now you've kind of like, you're not looking at it in a biased way. Like you're basically looking at it with fresh eyes, and oftentimes it is quite a humbling experience. That's why I don't want to do it. Like God, I could probably show you. Let's look at the ramen girl, who I know will look perfect no matter what side she's on, but just for interest sake. Draw everything with that left tilt. That's why working digitally is so great, because it doesn't matter. You just control T, or you can rotate it around. But like, for example, flip the canvas upside down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you basically just want to, like, when you look at something for a long time, you know, which is why sometimes if you're like spinning your wheels on a drawing, it's good to take a break and come back, because then you might be like, okay, now this is very obvious, when my brain was just like kind of glazing over all this stuff. But all right, let's do it. Control T. Let's see how she's looking. Not bad. See, I know that the proportions on her anatomy is weird already, so I'm kind of focusing around here, because like I would say that like this section around around her bosom, I feel like this could go kind of like, I'm gonna cheat. I mean, well, it's not cheating, and I'm using the liquefy tool because that can be quite handy sometimes. Like I feel like it needs to kind of go more up and over. Also, thank you, Nika. Also trying not to totally distort her hand here, because yes. And then I feel like this arm needs to come more inwards. I mean, just task yourself with drawing a chinchilla every day. Nothing else. Perhaps you will become very skilled at drawing, specifically a chinchilla, but... Because yes, obviously I want her to be like, she is supposed to be kind of boobalicious, but you try a little fluff ball. Just doodle it in your margins. As I said, I don't actually feel like using the liquefy tool is cheating. It's a little bit of cheating. Because obviously this is much harder to do if you're just doing it like manually or whatever. But this lets me just kind of like nudge stuff around. And mostly I just need to be careful to not distort something I don't want to distort. Obviously because this is all in one layer. It makes it a little bit trickier. But like I would say something that looks different here is like her eye is like a little bit not quite right. But I always struggle, I feel like, with like placing or like directing irises on characters. Sour bloody cold. Fair. Alright, comment I started to make, I think, twice and kept forgetting. Something I would say, if you did get to a point that you wanted to like kind of spend money on drawing on an iPad, that I have found to be helpful, but is I have a thing that I got that's like basically like a matte sticker, I guess, that you like, or it's like a screen protector, but you like lay it over top of the screen of the iPad, and it gives it a little bit of texture, so it makes it feel a little bit more like you're drawing on paper as opposed to like a screen, which is kind of funny because I don't have that issue with my tablet, like my desk tablet, and I think it's because it's like the movement of it is so different from drawing on a piece of paper, but with on the iPad, it being smooth and not paper textured throws me off a lot more. So I have found that to be helpful. Also, I'm feeling very, you've got me monologuing, you sly devil. Palm rejection glove? I feel like my hands and feet take a long time to get warm. Or like my leggies. the other thing I can find a little bit tricky about like doing this technique is like sometimes I will kind of get into that like back and forth thing of like you're just flipping it forever because you're like, oh well, now there's this problem, oh, I gotta flip it again, oh now there's this problem, so you just kind of end up chair legging it, and as we well know, that is not something I do not already struggle with. But sure, let's see how that looks. Now it's like, does it look specifically better? I don't know. So it can also be kind of hard to tell what is going to stand out as looking not right to somebody else versus like what you see as being like off. So that's still, I will save it. I realize I have gone over by just a little bit, so I think I will call it there because I would like to eat my leftovers. But thank you very much for hanging out with me. Not sure what I'm gonna do on Friday, but I will get back to y'all on that. Have a good night. Let's heat up some leftovers. Yeah, friends like, oh, I see you. You lost your pen. Oh no. Have you looked under your Rosie? Say goodnight, Rosie. Rosie's like, "Nar, this is indignant. Or this is undignified." Okay, down we go. Miss Fern, you want to say goodnight? Give me you. Okay, and we got the puppy princess. Okay, let's go heat up the pasta. Maybe watch a scary movie, but more likely put on a game playthrough and pass out on the couch. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Sorry, making loud noises. Okay. Goodbye, Rosie. You got this, Corey. I believe in you.
Skeletons and shivers down your spine.